Like all around you. There's one in order to take a public way through. Yeah. Here and everything in your trunk or the back of your car. Go to the beach and get rocked. They used to have one that was like all frozen. Cause he lived in wine beer. But it's frozen. They go through, they just fucking running to go in the road and start drinking.
Which apparently they have a different meaning in North Carolina. Yeah, what is it?
Oh.
I got so many roadie ones, and they looked at me like I had 16 heads.
You're like, where they actually out? Where they
Thank you mentioned.
That's hilarious.
Oh my gosh.
Probably a good spot for it. Did you need
Focus
Focus.
this morning would be helpful.
If I not, it's in my computer. All of them are in there.
Oh, you which one are you?
And when I
Just wanted to be able to like sit through and not looking at my ear.
did you sell yours? If you won, kind of buy it.
Are you?
Yeah, it's on 67.
Yeah.
Well, we just got an LOI.
Well, that's exciting.
Yeah, that one's.
Take it back. Got it, okay. Yeah. All right, and then.
Oh, we got
That should be able to share.
excitement of the drive to liquor store.
And Rhodey.
Fun. That's a good stance of it.
Are you building? If do you client wants to do?
Yeah.
Are they illegal? Sure.
Yeah.
That would definitely, so, and
I've
that
never
would
seen
be, that would actually be more of a locality thing, because, liquor laws, alcohol laws tend to be more county by county than versus like a state or locality. So if that's a property that they want for that, they're gonna need to call like planning and land use before you make,
Yeah.
before you even make any.
Totally, totally. I don't know how serious they are, but she likes the location. Right by the YMCA, I'm sure they would like.
Yeah. You took a day off. You always take a day off for this. Love that.
My old friends. I didn't have to do that. I'm always here, in the background, but I'm always here. What's in the background?
It's good to see you.
I know, it's.
Thank you, partner.
Yes. Thank you.
And I don't think we should.
No, Margaret, we did a class on Monday.
Okay, and you're gonna get it. James, yeah. James and James, I know.
Yes.
That's not your right. Because I can see what you said.
That's great.
And I have previously met you, I was looking at.
Good to see you.
You-
All that,
Every year and then there's.
I probably. Yeah, but I don't need to wait. Unless sometimes there's something. Yeah.
Always move back.
Did anymore? Do what you need. It is listed by.
news? Love this. We have like 6 minutes to go and the room is full.
That's,
Look out, 2024, Gateway is coming for you. That's right.
yeah, we've got a different program use. It's called RealNex. And so I have to get on my computer.
Okay. And then, yeah. So,
But if it's on that corner, it's listed by Hughes. Take a
what?
I'll take a note of that.
Okay, that's the.
So we did this.
Probably was correct. You want to sit right there and turn around and leave it. I'll share.
We have plenty of room.
Yeah, I think we have like the double.
Garbage. I mean, for me, people realize.
But we're still in the game, baby.
So did your parcel across from your brothers?
Good sound.
No,
Yeah,
but I want, yeah.
yeah.
No, just so we get like, we're just gonna do
1.7.
Oh, I'll take it. There you go. I don't think I ever got this all. Ooh, an HP 12C, man, that's kind of wild. I don't know if I can.
760,
You know, 0230. Now you have 9.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know how serious she is at this point, that was back in July. Right.
Okay, yeah, I'll take a peek on the RealNex.
Thank you. Yeah, I think not.
Yeah. I didn't know if we were recording to them. So show me how you would print.
So I just went there.
And then you hit print?
Yeah.
Okay, no. So we're gonna hit more settings. We're gonna scroll down.
So Jane, you're new to the office.
Here, good. We're gonna scroll down.
Opportunity.
Yes.
I'm gonna get right meeting.
Should I be a
I'm trying to see if there was room to switch it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm like, with that's okay.
Are you gonna do?
I'm gonna do some side work. This.
Nick, I heard you had a potential non-family plan.
I do.
But I don't wanna do it anymore.
That's right. I love the fact we're sneaking in there. I didn't think 5.
Yeah.
So that way people have a little more.
Spread out. Fine.
And.
Sorry, actually, I don't need to spread out here.
What's right? I'm used to yeah. I'm right. I did it fine, and it's always fun. Okay, there's no evidence me to find, there's really. But I guess coming to Christmas, I'm not a bad. I don't know how I am.
I got them to speak to,
Funny
how that works.
They left your.
Wherever you prefer. And we did figure out, you could put another line, like if the two, you could put a 5th one in the middle. You can each have one or you can share one, whichever you guys want to do. And if we need more, we'll make more. It's worth. Yeah, sure, it's sitting there. That's all right. Share.
I didn't know what.
Realistically, it's.
Nobody on Zoom, that's good.
So I just think that's what's gonna be. Yeah, and question is.
If it's chilly, they would show up and give it. All right, let's go. It is 10 o'clock straight up, so let's go. So welcome to the 2024 Business Planning Clinic. As I'm looking around the room, I think everybody knows me, but just in case I'm Margaret, Gade, one of the activity coaches here at Keller Williams Avenues. This is by far my favorite class to teach of everything that I teach that's Keller Williams curriculum, or even some of the stuff I've written. So I hope that you get that energy from me. It was a rough sleeping last night, so hopefully I'll pump the caffeine and we'll get going. I might need to text Sherry and say, pick me up and walk a lot. Anyway, this is all about 2024, right? This is about figuring out what your roadmap is for next year. Because here's what we know. We know that we are in a 60 to 90 day business, yes? Happy New Year. Okay, so we need to start working today. How we need to work to achieve our goals in 2024. Okay, none of us like the real estate roller coaster, right? So we got to keep it moving, right? But what I will never tell you is don't enjoy your holidays. Please do, right? But have systems and things in place so that it's working while you can enjoy some time over the next 90 days as well. There's an old joke, Charles talks about it all the time, which is there's a large population of realtors that disappear when the ghosts and goblins come out and they show up for Valentine's Day. Okay? And their business results show it, right? So I love the fact we've got, I don't know how many people, I can't count, what, 30 of us here today that are ready to go. So, and just so you know that I talk what I do what I say I'm gonna do and what I teach, we've already done our business plan for our team. So we've already got that done and built out last week. So I'm all about it. So what is today going to involve? We're not going to cover all this. I've heard there's this thing called chili here. So we're going to skip a couple of these, plus it's not what you're really here for. Some of this is downstream. So when we're talking about getting started, we're going to spend a little time about talking about models and our mindset around business planning. Bring it in. I need that caffeine. That is hilarious.
I hope I might have to call Sherry.
There it is. It pumpkin or mocha? All right. Yummy, yummy. Then we're going to do the economic model. This is to me the foundational model of everything that we do in our businesses. If we understand the economics of our business, the rest of it is going to rock and roll. Once we get through the economic model, then there's this little half hour that we're gonna have a little chili contest. Okay, I can already smell some of it out there already, so we'll enjoy that. I got it timed hopefully right at noon. Then we're gonna come back, we're gonna spend a little bit of time talking about lead generation. Then we're gonna talk about everybody's favorite word, budgets. And then we're gonna call it a day. Okay, now, for some of you, how many of you have taken this with me before? Some of you, okay. How was it the first time? Did you understand it all perfectly? No. Not. Here you are. Okay. For some of you, you're gonna go, I have no idea what that woman just said. She gave me math numbers, but I didn't understand it. So here's the good news. I'm replaying this and reteaching it again this Saturday, 9 to 11, and then the following Saturday, 9 to 11. So if there's pieces of it that you go, I just didn't understand, come on back. Okay, there's no rules that you can only come once. And if you really want to, you can come with me to Cedar Rapids, Iowa, over Thanksgiving, and I'll be teaching it there too. All right, so. Getting started. No? Hey, Cedar Rapids isn't that bad of a place. It is absolutely beautiful. So, here's what we're gonna work on today, to understand the power of the fundamental models. Okay, and we've already got people doing this. I don't know how many changes they can do here. We're gonna spend some time creating a business plan. Your business plan, not mine, yours, okay? And then we're gonna spend a little bit of time talking about how to execute your plan. For many of you, hopefully you did the pre-work, okay? If you didn't, that's okay. We're gonna do a little bit of it in here and you can catch it up later because it won't be the end of the day for us. So, models and mindset. Okay, whoops, I messed up already. Okay, so if you open your student guide to, what page am I on? Sorry, page 5. Do you have one? Corey, can you find some of the more books out there? I think they're on that table. Thank you.
I got it.
Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna understand these business models. So what I want you to do on page 5 is I want you guys to write down, what is your goal to learn today? What do you want to walk away with today at the end of this session? We're gonna spend 4 hours together. Let's make sure we're gonna walk away with what we want. So really quickly, just take a couple, jot a couple notes down of what you want to understand by the end of today. Brandon, there's a set of packets on that table. Yep. Did you guys find it? Is it 6?
Yeah.
Oh, it is page 6. Oh, pre-work was page 5. See, I needed that coffee.
No, I didn't.
Page 6, right? What are your 3 learning goals for today? What do you want to walk away with? Really quickly. All right, so what are some of the things? Shout them out at me. What do we want to walk away with? Because I want to make sure I meet your expectations.
Roadmap for success in 2024.
So a roadmap, okay? Next,
Finances,
means what?
understanding the necessary finances that you need.
Okay? As far as the goals and the business, okay?
Strategies to keep track of your profit loss.
Okay. So for tracking. Okay, what else? Anything else?
Implementing it into a monthly.
Ooh, you realize that's the hardest part, right? This is a lot.
That's why I'm here for.
Hey, I actually take this class every year. I don't just teach it. Anybody else? All right. That's easy. I think we can achieve part of those goals at least. So, okay, so then at the bottom of that page, I believe you have a section that says, how will I make it happen? Is that true?
Yeah.
I want you to answer that question for yourself, and I will not be asking what they are. Did you cheat already?
He knows these.
Oh, good. All right. So this class is written on the models and systems that come out of a book written by Gary Keller many years ago. It's read and it's called Millionaire Real Estate Agent. Okay, and these models were Gary just sitting around his backyard one day going, wow, I think this might actually work, and let's just write it out. He actually went around and interviewed agents that were making $1 million or more in their business when he wrote the book. How old is that book? 15, 20 years? Okay, so this is not, this setup's not gonna work today. Okay, so these are built on science, right? They're studied, they're proven, right? If you guys were gonna build a car today, how many of you would figure out how to invent a wheel? No, right? You, of course, haven't would, right? You wouldn't, because why? Somebody figured it out. Now, you might change the design of your car, but you're gonna put the wheels on it. Okay, the same thing works in our business, right? If we can learn from the people who have already figured it out and just mirror what they did, isn't that going to be faster and more efficient for us? Okay, so that's what these models are done on. Now, the first habit is self-discipline to pursue the model of excellence in all the areas. And I gotta tell you, that's probably the hardest one. Right? Some of you have been in the business with us 5, 6, 7 years now, right? And isn't the discipline the hardest part? Right? Getting up every day and doing the same boring thing you did yesterday. By the way, that happens in corporate America. If you've never worked in corporate America, it's equally boring, right? But that's okay.
When you work for someone else, not yourself.
Exactly, right? Let's work for ourselves. So, what is a model? A model is a pattern of something to be made, an example for imitation, and serving as or capable of serving as a pattern to be imitated. So we're going to walk away with those kind of models today for that. Models are also strategic actions based on a pattern, based on someone else's actions that got the desired results that you want. By the way, I gave you the short books. You didn't think you wanted 135 pages of paper today.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, you don't want all of this stuff, right? So here's how you start. You study the model and do what they do. And once you figure out how to do what they do, then you can add your own stuff onto it. Your own creativity and your own thoughts and ideas, okay? When we look at models and creativity, when we start with the models and then layer on the creativity, we have a pyramid that looks like this. But if we start with creativity and then try and add the models, which triangle looks better?
Stable one.
The stable one, right? The one with the models as the base, right? Okay, for some of you that have been in the business for a while, how many of you started over here? Okay, I'm watching. I see my coaching clients. Okay, I know what you did. Guess what? You're normal. For those of you that are just getting started, do as we say, not as we did. Okay, you will get things going faster if you'll implement the system. Okay, all right. The other thing about models is everybody in this room has a natural talent. Okay, when I like sports, and Michael Jordan's kind of like one of the premier people that I like to talk about when it comes to sports and performance, and he's kind of a good little basketball player, right? Yeah. Like, isn't he still the standard that a lot of people measure? Right? And yet, he had a natural ability. Didn't he get kicked off his high school basketball team? Right? His natural ability didn't get him very far. Right? But because he used models, in his case, he had coaches who were teaching him how to practice the art and the skills of basketball. Because he applied those, he was able to break through and get above his natural ability. Right? Then he did make the collegiate world, and through those improved models, he did that. But guess what? He could only go so far without additional levels of coaching and a level of skill, right? Guess what, you guys? Business is the same thing. It can be as simple, how many of you guys work open houses? I know a lot of you guys are working open houses. Do y'all remember your first open house? How'd it go? The laughter tells it all, right? Probably not so great, right? You were stumbling over words, maybe you had a sign stolen, or some teenage kid went and turned all your signs and they were pointing the opposite direction, right? It didn't probably go perfect. But then you learned, you implemented some of the models and the skills that you were taught through coaching and the education that we bring. And now how are your open houses? I'm looking at these four ladies, they get more business from open houses at a very high price point, I might add, just strictly by doing open houses. But it didn't start that way, did it? Okay. So, we are going to learn to, I have to figure out how to do this. There we go. The myths and mindsets about models. Whoops. There's several. One of them is, I don't need them. I don't need them. I can do this, I can wing it. I know my favorite one. I know how to talk to people. Okay. Models will limit my freedom. Okay. By the way, if you haven't thought these, you will. And the more you chuckle, the more I thought you think, right? Models will limit my freedom. Actually, they give you freedom. If you know what you're going out to do, it gives you the freedom. And do you know what the best freedom is? The freedom to say no. Freedom to say no. Models are just opinions. We already talked about that. These models were built by studying and science and the people that are out there doing it. My other favorite, well, that won't work for me. No, maybe. And I don't need to change. I'm getting the results I want. And some of you might be there, right? Some of your business might be exactly where you want it. And that's okay too. Absolutely okay too. But applying models will make it easier and you'll have more time for yourselves. So we're going to talk about, we need to overcome the myths, right? We need to get rid of those. We need to avoid them. And we need to think like a millionaire real estate agent, right? And when we think about the agents that have been studied, and they actually added one from last year, which always throws me when they change the deck on us every year, okay? Is if you look and think like a millionaire real estate agent, the top three are the ones where they spend most of their time, right? They are always thinking about what is their big why. What is their why? They're going to think about big goals and they're going to implement big models. And they're going to think value and customer service and experience. Okay. They also will also think competitively and strategically. They think about action and accountability. They think talent systems and standards, knowledge, skills, persistence, and resistance, and they always think about profit. Today, we're going to dive into 1, 2, and 5. Okay, so we're going to think about our why. We're going to think about big goals and big models, and then we're going to also think about action and accountability. Sound like a plan?
Yes.
All right. Let's see if I can get this one right today. So, the first concept. Hey, Charles. Come here. Ah, dang it. I had this tag and I was hoping he wasn't on a Zoom. All right. So, a big why. Right? The big why is your purpose. It's your reason. It's what gets you out of bed today. Pretty soon, I heard a rumor there's this white stuff going to start falling from our sky. And for some of us, that's the perfect day to stay home, stay in bed, read a good book, or watch a movie on Netflix, right? However, if we are powered by something bigger than that, what do we do on those days? We scrape off the car, we get in the car, we drive to the office and go to work. Okay? So what is powering you? What is getting you through that type of stuff? Right? For some people, their big why can be their kids. Right? I'm looking around the room, several of you have kids that are either in college or approaching college, and funding that life with them to go to school, probably a pretty big why right now, right? Get you out of bed. For some of us, we're past those days. We're thinking about, how do I want to live my life when I'm not working full time anymore? What is retirement going to look like? Do I wanna just survive on social security, or do I really wanna travel the world? For other people, it's giving back to the world, it's giving back to their community, right? Making a difference, right? What are those types of things? If you ever get the chance to have Charles explain his big why, I won't even try and do it, because he makes me cry every time he does it. Or maybe you've heard him tell us. Pretty powerful, right? So I was hoping he would come to it. Maybe we can get him to come to it sometime later this morning, okay? All right, but what is your why and what is it? Okay? The other one about, let's see. Okay, let's do this. I'm gonna switch this up a little bit. So if you go to page 7 of your book, it asks you what your big why is. What is your purpose? Right? Now, you could have a short-term purpose, or you could have a long-term purpose, or you could have both. Or you could have mid-range ones, right? Maybe you have a short-time purpose of maybe you just want to get that college student loan debt paid off. Maybe you want to pay off some debt. Maybe you need a new car, but you don't want to deal with the car payments. Maybe it's something like that, right? I know some of you want really nice new cars, right? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's a short-term why. Is your long-term why to have a trust fund built up large enough that your grandchildren will be able to buy rental properties when they are old enough to do it? And you want to build a trust fund that allows them to do that. Right? So take a minute. I want you to just think, write a few things down. I promise you this, it'll change. For those of you that are on Zoom that are off camera and it says you're Elizabeth Voorhees, will you change the name so we know who you are? We don't, because one is plenty. She rocks it in that role. All right, everybody got a why? Or two? Anybody want to share? It's up to you.
I can.
Go.
So I have a son who goes to NYU. His tuition is beyond ridiculous. So I like to be able to pay for that so he doesn't come out with a ton of debt. And then I have a 16-year-old or a guy that started 16, so I need to buy him a car. And then my son will be doing a study abroad in Europe over the Summer Olympics next summer. So I would like to fund my whole family being able to go to Europe, see him and see the Olympics.
And I'm an adopted member of that family, right?
Yeah.
We're wives get go, right?
Exactly. I love those, right? Anybody else? Nicole, speak loud so we can hear you.
Generational wealth from my way.
I love that. Build generational wealth for her kiddos. I love that. Anybody else?
Down payment for a home.
Down payment for a home. Probably the first of many. Okay, love it. That's the stuff that gets you out of bed. That stuff that makes you get up and drive through the snow. And not to go to the ski resorts for the skiers in the room, okay?
It's a good way to regenerate.
It can be, right? Because you're on a ski lift every day with somebody, right? So absolutely. That's not every place is an opportunity. You're right, okay. The second millionaire mindset is to think big goals and big models, okay? If we only think about the near term, then we're gonna hit near-term goals. But if we think longer, if we think bigger, that's going to pull us beyond where we necessarily want to be. Okay, so they give an example, I use it to a different one, but I'll use theirs, okay? Let's pretend, is anybody climb mountains here? Has anybody got a goal to climb Mount Everest?
Yeah.
No?
I like the feet on the ground.
Well, your feet are on the ground. Doesn't have a lot of oxygen in there, they're on the ground, right? So let's pretend though, that our goal is to climb Mount Whitney in California, which is just over 14,000 feet. That sounds like a lot of our mountains here in Colorado, right? That's our goal. However, we decide to use Mount Everest level training. We go do some homework and we find these people that teach you how to train to climb Mount Everest. So we're like, well, that must be a pretty good training program. I'm gonna do that training program. So you're trained to climb Everest, which, oh, by the way, is 29,000 feet. Ooh, that's double our mountains, right? So we set Everest as our target. We set our goals, we set our training, we put our provisions in place as if we're going to go climb Everest. So we're trained, we're ready to go. And so we take off, and instead of climbing that little mountain in California or Colorado, we actually go to Mount Everest and start climbing. And we made it to base camp. And we said, we're done. We did the best we could. We trained to climb Mount Everest. We didn't make it to the summit of 29,000 feet. Can anyone tell me what base camp is? 17,500. Which meant that, what was the original goal? 14. We trained for 29 and we hit 17. I see Katie Kessler running around the office today. And it was not that many years ago that her and Jordan were sitting in this exact room. And we did a little bit of exercise. And so they figured out what their Everest goal was for that year. Well, they didn't hit Everest, but they blew past their original short-term goal. Okay, so it works. Same thing if you want to go run a half marathon, those of you that are runners, right? If your goal is to go run a half, go train like you're going to go run a full. Make sense? Same thing in business. What are our Everest goals? Okay, so the other thing that we know is that we can accomplish, we usually underestimate what we can do in 5 years, but we overestimate what we can do in 1 year. See some faces going, So if you turn to page, I've got it in my books right here too, 6. There's a picture of a mountain, and there's 8. Maybe I should go make an item on my grave. You guys all saw the picture on Facebook of Kylie trying to help me last night with this. Those student books were all over that. Okay, page 8 of the mountains. I want you to think about first. And you can either do your long-term goal if it's Sunday, or maybe just do a 5-year goal. 5 years from today, what do you want to have done in your business? Or as a result of your business? Maybe your goal is to own 5 rental properties. Maybe your goal is to have 2 vacation homes. Maybe your goal is to have $2 million in the bank. Maybe it's $1 million in the bank. What's your 5-year goal? So write that down. And trust me, we can get you more copies if you go home and change it when you think about it a little bit longer. Think of something that you sit there today and go, man, if I could only do in the next 5 years. For those of us that are approaching the retirement years, it's about having a dollar amount in the bank for some of us. Right? When I have this much money in the bank, I will be able to say I'm done. Or I'll be able to go part-time. I'll get to live like Jim Carroll and work on a referral basis.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe for some of you, 5 years from now is to have a team. Maybe you want to be the rainmaker of the next Lantern Home Group or the Carol Kessler team. Maybe you just want to have a strong small team and unearth AN homes. Right? What do you want to do? What are your goals? And Amanda just said, bring it on, so just in case anybody was going down there. Mine,
So Nikki just wrote down what we wanna make a year and
in 5 years.
No one.
Okay, but I want you to write your 5
I
year
know.
goal. In 5
I'm
years.
Building from there.
Okay, but what's your 5-year goal? What's your someday goal?
I know, this is too hard.
I like that 1-year goal. I think next year's the year you'll do it too. I think the market's gonna flip next year. Your 1-year goal in this plan should be designed to pay your living expenses, pay off all your debt, and pay for your current lifestyle. Right? That's the 1 year. Your 1-year goal. Now, your lifestyle might be, I need to have X amount of money in there. Right? But I want it to mean something, because if it doesn't mean anything, Corey and I, most of you are in coaching that are at least here in the room. Okay, and I think I'm still trying to figure out who some of these Elizabeth Voorheeses are, but for those of you that are in coaching, Corey and I are gonna spend a great amount of time this year really helping you and diving into what your goals are. Right, we're gonna spend time with this on your one-on-one starting tomorrow. Okay, we wanna help you achieve these goals, so want them to mean something, because they're gonna mean something to us. Okay? All right, you're probably gonna wanna go back and spend a little bit more time with that later. Okay? Whoops. The last thing they do is they think action. There's so many pages here where they don't have a slide, it drives me crazy, right? Action and accountability. Well, accountability, what does that mean? Anybody got any thoughts on what that means before I tell you what it means? Making sure you do it. Making sure you do it. Someone else make sure you do it. And somebody else make sure you do it. Okay? So accountability can be something as simple as taking a fitness class. Okay, I'm gonna go take this class. And then it's been a long day at work, class is at 6:30 and it's snowing and it's cold out, I don't wanna go, so I don't go. Anybody relate to that? Okay. However, if my friend Casey says, well, I'm gonna take that class with you. And it's 6 o'clock and it's dark and it's cold and it's snowy, and I don't really wanna go, but I know that Casey's gonna be there, what am I more likely to do?
Go.
Go. Did you hear? I got the threat, right? But the accountability doesn't even have to be threatened. It can just be, I don't wanna let Casey down. I'm the one that talked her into this class. Right? That's a form of accountability. Right? Some of us are on teams. I see several husband-wife teams around here. I see some 2 other unrelated teams together. And guess what? You're accountable to each other. Right? Amanda.
Yes.
If Nikki says, I'm gonna go do whatever.
I'm saying, can I come too?
Not always. Nikki said she was gonna go door knocking.
You never say that.
Alien.
Nikki says, I'm gonna go door knocking, and Amanda still says, no way in heck. Okay?
Or have fun.
And she comes back the next day and didn't do it. Or even if she comes back the next day and you have no knowledge, what are you gonna ask her?
I was door knocking.
How was door knocking? Is that a form of accountability?
Yes.
Is it negative?
No.
It's supportive, right? Some people have this vision in their head that accountability is like our kids. They stole a cookie out of the cookie jar, so what do we do to them?
I understand.
There's a punishment, right? Smack them, okay?
Smack their hands.
Smack their hands, right? You put them in the timeout corner, they go sit on the stairs, whatever it is, but there's a consequence that has a negative connotation to it. And accountability does not have to have that, right? Our team leader down there, anybody think that he knows how to lift weights?
Yeah.
Right. Do you think he needs a weightlifting coach? Does he need a personal trainer?
Does it need it?
He doesn't need it for the physical piece. But where does he need it?
Mentally.
Mental. Right, and it's not like the fitness coach says, well, Charles, you shouldn't have eaten that Snickers bar this week. The fact that Charles gets to go meet with the guy twice a week is enough that Charles doesn't eat a Snickers bar. Right, so who is that in your life? Who is that in your business? Right, some of you have coaches. We will help you with that. Okay. All right, the other big piece to action accountability is tracking what you do. Tracking what you do. I look at my phone, there's this app, Map My Walk. There's another app, Map My Fitness app or something like that, right? And there's an app for this and there's an app for that. And it either asks me to input something every day or my phone just automatically turns on and apps it, right? Some of us wear those watches that like count how many steps we take every day. What are those tracking?
Steps.
Stats, numbers, results. Okay, so how many of you are actually wearing those watches? How many of you track your steps every day? Okay, how many of you track your runs or your walks or your fitness or whatever you do? Probably you all do. So here's my question. Why aren't you tracking your business? Because it's not on a watch. So now,
We need an app for that.
so I need somebody who can create an app for that because we could make a lot of money, because to the best of, there are probably some tools out there, right? And if I really built an app for it, would you do it?
Yes.
Absolutely. I know some computer nerds, I'm sure they can figure that out. Challenge accepted, right? You gotta do that with your business. Right? And it's the daily things that make a difference. Right? So 10,000 steps, if I walk 10,000 steps a day, does that mean I'm gonna lose 50 pounds? But if I do 10,000 steps a day and I track every day if I hit those 10,000 steps, can I eventually lose 50 pounds?
Probably.
Okay, so if I'm keeping track of my steps every day, I'm going to reach my ultimate end goal, true?
Yeah.
So in our business, what's our daily goal? Not our transactions, but what is our daily goal to hit? That if I do it consistently, day after day after day after day, I hit my desired result. You're gonna know the answer to that when we get done today, okay? But the key is you have to track it. Because if I'm not paying attention to my watch and I get on the scale and I'm like, dang it, I gained 3 pounds last week. If I didn't look at my step tracker, would I know that the reason I missed was because I only walked 3,000 steps? You wouldn't know if you don't look, right? If your business isn't where it is, where you want it to be, and you're not keeping track of the daily things that make it happen, how do you know what to fix? Okay, that was the kind of question that changes the energy in a room really fast. Okay, so help find yourself somebody who's going to hold you accountable. Okay, I don't even want to do this page. Okay, so the 411, you've heard about this tool. If you were at Skills Lab last month, you heard Sue Bensel talking about the 411. There's an example of one in your books on page 17 and 18 are a couple of templates. But this is just something that you use once a month to lay out what you're going to do, and then you track and you develop your weekly plan. I'm not going to dive into this because Charles and I are going to do that in November with you guys. Yeah, November. So we'll dive into it, but it's a tool, there's different formats. But what does it stand for? 1 year, 1 month, 4 weeks. What's our goal for the year? What's our goal for the month? What's our goal for the week? So it's a great accountability tool, and it's also a great planning tool. Okay. All right. So when we look at the foundations, yeah, here's where I went last night. Skip that page, skip that page, skip that page. Okay. So we know the power of models. This is not in your book. But The biggest foundational model we have is the foundational of the 3 L's. Okay, and the 3 L's are leads, listings, and leverage. Okay, so we know that this bottom portion of the triangle is the most stable part of a triangle, correct? So why would leads be at the bottom of the triangle?
Supports everything else.
It supports everything else. If you ain't got no leads, you ain't got no listings. And if you ain't got no leads and you ain't got no business, you ain't got no need for lip clutter. Okay? I really do know how to speak English. My grandmother was an English teacher, but if you don't have leads, right? Yes, she was the one who wrote me letters. I would send my grandmother a letter because I grew up in the day when long distance wasn't free. And you would write Grandma Van Dyne a letter. And she would send it back to you circled with red ink. True story. All 12 of her grandchildren are excellent writers because of it. Yeah, it makes a difference, right? To succeed, you gotta have client leads, right? And then if you focus on listings, right? I was listening to, who was it yesterday? Gade was talking about, we gotta find listings, right? For those of you that stayed around and listened to the regional rally, these listings are the way to go, right? For those of you that have done business, Corey, I'm gonna pick on you. Would you rather have a listing or a buyer?
Listing.
Okay, why?
So many reasons. Number one, it is a much more efficient use of my time usually, not always, usually listings take less time than buyers. And 2, I am much more likely to find more business off of a listing than I am to find more business off of a buyer.
Yesterday, the stat that they threw out is in the state of Colorado for Keller Williams. Every listing taken resulted in 1.9 pieces of business. Okay. When you have a buyer, you guys were out showing buyers this weekend. I saw your video last night. Okay, did you have a sign flashing on your car that said Amanda's out showing buyers today?
No, but I kind of did.
No, sure.
Well, you don't have to put it, but it doesn't say you're showing buyers.
No.
Right? Sherry, when you put your sign in the yard and it says Gill Orchard Homes, what does that say in the front of your listing?
That we're selling homes, that we're busy, that we're
working. We're making a difference. We're making it happen for people. I will tell you that as an individual agent, you could probably handle 4 to 7 listings active at any point in time, at the same time. Dale's going, yeah, I do it all the time. Dale, would you like to take 7 buyers out all at the same time? You can't, right? Especially if you work the entire metro area and when our wonderful managing broker goes from one border almost to the other one. Can you imagine? Right? You're more efficient, you're more effective, it's better marketing with listings, it gives you more leverage. Because who's showing your house? All the buyer's agents who couldn't find a list. Okay, so this is a critical piece to what we're going to be talking about. Okay, your business plan is going to help you build these models into your business. Okay, they're going to help you accomplish what you want to accomplish. Okay. Oh, there's some really great questions on here. There's not a slide, and I didn't read you the 135 bucks. So, what does a business plan do? It's a business roadmap. Okay, it's going to tell you what you need to do so that you can predict your future results. How many of you would like a predictive business? Not one that just is checking the bank accounts getting approved. Oh, this is regular work, right? We want something that's predictive, that's regular, that's consistent. Okay. We want to remove the guessing as to who, what, where, when, why. Right? We want to create the plan of activities that are going to get us what we want. And then the hard part is just implement it. So, a business plan, I want you guys to answer these questions and tell me the answer is yes or no. A business plan will help me achieve the money I need for my lifestyle. Yes. Tell me how many appointments to attend each week to meet my goal.
Yes.
Okay. Business plan will help me control my business expenses.
Yes.
I caveat that one, only if you keep track before the end of the year. Business plan will help me identify when and how I can grow my business. A A business plan will identify my lead generation strengths and opportunities. Okay, a business plan will help me determine when to hire help.
Yes.
That coupled with a coach. Okay, and a business plan will save me time.
Yeah.
If you have a business plan, you can go on vacation once in a while. They're actually quite fun. Good. Okay. So, the 5 fundamental models, this says it's on page 9 in your book. Oh,
Yes.
yes, I haven't got it written down correctly, okay? So, the 5 models, again, we're not gonna do all of them today. The first one is the economic model. This is what tells you how much money your income needs to be, helps you figure out what your net income is gonna be. Okay, it basically tells you the money that you're gonna have in the bank. Number 2, lead generation model. It will tell you what you need to do to generate the leads to get you the results that you've determined in the economic model. The budget model. This is going to tell you how much money to spend. Yesterday in group coaching, we talked a little bit about how important it is to reinvest back in our businesses. Right? We don't take that commission check and go spend it on clothes and vacations and new cars. Right? We got to reinvest in our businesses to help them grow. The budget model is going to help you identify where to invest those dollars at. Then the organizational model, I do not teach that in this class. If you are building a team and if there's enough interest, I will teach that as a separate session. And then the expansion model is the bigger things like what Ben Kinney had and Dave Humphreys had and some of the people here. So we're not going to cover that today either. If anybody's interested in those, let me know. I'm happy to teach it to you. Okay, so Chili is going to be on time because right now I'm ahead of schedule. So, Charles,
Yes.
will you come here?
Yes.
So first of all, he has no idea what I'm about to do. Come here. So earlier you were on a Zoom call.
Yeah.
And we were talking about our big wives. And
Plus.
we were talking about the things that power us and get us to get out of bed when it's snowing outside and we'd rather stay under the covers and watch Netflix. And some of us in the room shared our big whys, and I think that yours is one that is always so moving and powerful. Would you be willing to share it with the group today?
Yeah, yeah, so I think that, I don't have kids, and I think there's, Elizabeth's been spreading this rumor, that I don't like kids, but that's.
No, that's me.
Right, yeah, I don't know where it came from, but, I do like kids, and I actually have 2 nephews and niece, and, when I first got into KW, we talked about these big whys, and we sat in these classes just like this, and looking around the room and saw people putting these big things on there. I didn't really understand what a big why was. And I think I wrote something along the lines of, be able to make enough money to, be able to afford my wife the opportunity to stop work. Not notice she did want to stop working, I just put it on the
I
paper.
remember when you wrote that.
Yeah, and it kind of evolved from there, and what my big why looks like is for Aaron and I to make enough money to afford opportunities and experiences for my nephews and niece, so that they can have the opportunities that I don't believe that their parents can afford to them. So that's what we're doing right now. Any money that we're building, the houses, the real estate portfolio, anything, it all goes to them. That's kind of the big why looks like.
Yeah. Powerful, right? Yeah, you got some people looking at you in awe, let me tell you.
Yeah, they're like, oh, we thought you hated kids. No,
No, it's just other people.
yeah.
Kids, you just struggle with them when they're little.
Yeah, I like it when they can start to talk and like play. I mean, Donnie and I were playing, I think, just up in the market center the other day for 30 minutes to 45 minutes, just chasing each other around the room on Friday. Hello fights. I locked them. Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's good. Lock of 3-year-old outside, all right. Phone number is.
Don't get into the cars.
The one thing you know, he locks you in.
Yeah.
That's true. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that. All right, so talk to me. We already had scheduled, so this is good. What were your what were your takeaways from that first 50 minutes? We covered a lot, right? We talked about the big why. We talked about setting big goals and big models. We talked about why accountability is important. So talk to me. What was your takeaway? So I need an accountability partner. Okay? Or maybe utilize the one you already have, right? What else? Tracking. Tracking. Just because you didn't hit your goal that week doesn't mean the tracking is a negative thing. Right? Tracking, I can remember working actually with several different agents at different times. How many of us struggle with our calendar? You're all okay. We struggle with our calendar. So I was working with a couple of agents and they were really struggling. They said, okay, do this. Send me a snapshot every morning by 8 AM of what the calendar looks like that day. Okay, so they did. Then would come in my phone, would come in my text message. Sometimes I'd reply, sometimes I wouldn't. And then at the end of the day, they also had to send a snapshot of their calendar. And it had to show what they accomplished. And then it also had to say what derailed them from not accomplishing what they wanted to. Because without that tracking and knowledge, we weren't able to identify the things that were derailing them that needed to be included in the calendar. I'm going to give an example. I tell it all the time. How many of you guys remember COVID? How many of you remember your kids at home during COVID? It was horrible for those of you that didn't live through it.
Oh, I know.
Okay, so I was talking with an agent one day, and she was extremely frustrated.
Same
Because,
with me.
okay,
Go ahead.
I tell
This
this
is boring.
She, oh, some of you have heard me, and I just don't always like to pick on me, and this is sometimes I change it to Susie, but anyway. She was frustrated because her kid was interrupting her at, I don't remember what time, 11:15 every morning. And was just so darn needy. Do you know what she needed? She was wasn't during lunch break. And so I said, well, what's on your calendar from 11 to 12? Well, this meeting or this call or this or whatever. And I said, I think we need to adjust your calendar. I think at 11 o'clock, you should set your calendar to go prepare lunch for your child. And at 11:15, sit down and have lunch with your child and your stay-at-home husband if you want to. And then come back to work at 11:45 or 12. If you don't understand what's derailing you, you can't fix it. Okay? Had we not had that conversation,
I would still be waiting for lunch.
yeah. So that's the reality, right?
Well, now and she's fine.
She still wants lunch though.
She still always wants.
I want to have lunch, right? And so for those of you that have life partners in your world, right? Having those date nights and setting aside those life partner dates, right, are super important. I heard you two both talk about the date you took last week, right? And so it's no different, right? Schedule time for the people that are important in your life and work around it. And also make sure that if you're paying attention to that calendar and things are constantly causing a problem, now you know how to fix it. But if we weren't tracking that calendar, how would we have ever known? Okay, questions? All right, any other big ahas from that section? Good. Hope y'all brought a calculator. Everybody bring a calculator? Okay. So one time, I don't mind phones in the classroom. Okay. So, the economic model, I'm glad we're ahead of schedule. Because this is the basis for everything in your business. So I'm hoping that several of you were able to take the time to plan ahead. Because I kind of been chirping a little bit about, think about your goals for next year. Think about what you want to accomplish next year. And if you haven't, that's okay, because we have many copies of these books. And so if you go, you know what, this is great exercise, Margaret, but I really want to spend some time with it, that's okay. I don't expect that you're going to walk out today with a perfect result. as far as if you haven't done some of that pre-thinking. Some of the rest of you have been down this before, and if you think you know what the exercise is gonna be, don't, because you might be wrong this year. So, the economic model is the baseline of everything in your business, okay? It is going to help us in two different ways. It's going to be a statement of where we are today, and then where we wanna be. Okay, Gary Keller says this. In his mind, the economic model is how money flows in your business, and a pro forma is you picking your profit and showing all the numbers you must hit to make that profit. Okay, if you choose your profit in your economic model, then theoretically at that point they're the same. Okay, here's the benefits of the economic model. It reveals how many units you need, how many appointments you need, and your conversion rates. It's not just about the outcome, and I think we've kind of started talking about that. It identifies areas for improvement. Maybe we need to practice our scripts and dialogues. Maybe we need to practice our listing consultations. It allows for you to become a master of your own business. For anyone that's been in the room and in the office for less than a year, can you tell me how many hours it takes to master something? It is 10,000. 10,000 hours to master something. Okay, you can get really, really good and not put in 10,000. If you put in 10,000 hours, I wonder how many hours Michael Jordan shot free throws. Probably more than 10,000. Okay. It keeps you thinking about your business from a profit first perspective. Because at the end of the day, if you're not making a profit, the rest doesn't matter. It's just numbers. It helps you keep your budget in line. We're going to talk about how to do that when we get there. It provides benchmarks to hold you accountable to not just yourself, but to whoever your accountability partner is. And it allows you to gain insight into the decisions that you make on a daily basis for your business. It looks like a lot of math. Let's not get scared. That's why I like this taught in the room, because I will walk around and I will help you with the math. Okay, and I can do it. My first goal in this section is to teach you the theory of a person who wants to net $1 million. When you first look at these numbers, it was in 2014, I was in a room just like this one for the first time listening to a coach teach this class. And I got so freaked out by the numbers, I wondered what I was doing here. This is the theory, okay? What I'm going to do and how I change this course is I actually make it real for you, okay? So stay with me on the theory, because the theory helps you understand the why of where the numbers are coming from. And again, I want you to think small. No! How do I want you to think?
Big.
Yeah. Okay. Need some more coffee. Okay. So, this is the economic model Excel worksheet. If you were to go out to KW Connect, you would find different people have built Excel versions of this. The reason I don't give you the Excel versions is, I believe the only way to understand it is to do the math yourself. If you just start plugging in numbers, it just gives you a result. You don't own the results, right? Authorship is ownership. So this particular agent wants to make $1 million. In order to make $1 million, they need to gross $2.5 million in GCI. GCI is our gross commission income. Out of that gross commission income, about 30% of that's going to go to cost of sale, operating expenses. So they're going to put out $750,000 or $750,000 in expenses. Some of you just choked on that number. I can feel it. Okay, and they're going to put out another $750,000 in cost of sales. This model also assumes that we're not selling houses in Colorado. The annual commission is $7,150, I got it right. Okay? Just for a point of reference, when I teach this in Iowa, their average commission is less than that. Anybody wanna know why I don't sell real estate in Iowa? Okay. Which means that they need to sell 350 units to net $1 million. Yeah,
One a day.
yeah, you don't get any days off.
Right.
There ain't no weekends. You might get Christmas and Thanksgiving, right? Here's the deal. This is a team, you guys. This is a big team, right? Think Lantern Home Group. Think Carol Tesla team. Like this would be what they would model at that price point. Is that fair? Because I don't want you to go, oh my God, how do you close 350 units by yourself? You don't. You don't. Okay. This is where I got wrapped sideways in my head. Assuming this team sells 50% sell listings and 50% buyers, they would need to sell 175 closings to listings. A conversion rate is how many of a certain unit I take to get the desired result, because nothing's 100%. Not every house that we put a sign in the yard is going to sell. Not every listing agreement we sign is going to actually get under contract. Okay, so there's conversion rates. Every seller we go meet with doesn't say yes to us. I never understand why, but they don't. So again, the scientific models show that a 70% conversion rate of listings taken get to the actual closing table. In Colorado right now, I would say that is higher, especially if it's priced correctly. A year and a half ago when I was 2 years ago when I was teaching this class, we would have argued it was 100%, right? It's probably closer to 85 or 90 now. But again, if we don't know our numbers, we can't fill that in. And then appointment conversion, 75% of the appointments we go on say yes, so they need 333 seller appointments. If you do the buyer side at 50%, they need to sell 175. With a 70% conversion rate, they need to get 250 buyer agencies signed. Their conversion rate on their buyer appointments is less, 70%, so they need to go on 357 buyer appointments. That breaks down to 28 listing appointments a month or 7 a week, and 30 buyer appointments a month and 7 a week. So again, that's a team. Okay. Now, any individual agent that would like to go on 2 appointments a day, 7 days a week, I sign up now to be your coach. Okay. Because I'll stand on the stage with you for Rookie of the Year. Okay. Okay, so I want to make sure I get this right. So hold on a minute. Sometimes this section I just go and it's not what I always want to do. Okay. All right. Huh? No. Oh, I didn't do it. Okay. So the economic model is it a framework of how you're going to do the investments. We're going to go dive into all those numbers, so don't freak out on me. Okay, that was just to give you a high level visual of where we're going. Okay, so this is how you're going to invest. Again, I don't believe this is in your book. Okay, but we're going to make an investment of time or money, and then we're going to have a performance that's going to result in the outcome. Okay, so when we think about investments, you either invest your time or you invest your money. Okay, your performance in the execution of those investments will determine your results. So what is your skill level? Okay, if you're a newly licensed agent, is your skill going to be as strong as Bob? No, right? Your ability, your resources, right? How many people, your talents, your systems, and your tools. Building all of those things and constantly investing to improve in those will have a direct reflection on the outcomes, which is your gross commission income followed by your net income, right? So making those investments is critical to what happens in your business, okay? Okay, so the elements of this plan is we use a 30-30-40. This is a high level mathematical equation. Does anybody in the room owned a retail business or worked in a retail business at a level you know what the profit margins are? Anybody? Nobody? You did. Okay, what kind of business?
It was an equipment rental business.
Equipment rental business. Okay, you probably had a higher profit margin there than you would in retail sales.
Right.
But what was the profit margin?
It varied a little bit, but it was usually 20%.
Okay, 20%. Anybody know what retail is? 3 to 4. I would have celebrated 5% when we had the bowling shop.
Construction was down like 2.
Yeah. Okay, so 40% profit. Very profitable business. As an individual agent without a team, closer to 60 to 70, 60 to 65. Okay, now, if you're running hotter than that, for those of you that have been in the business for a while, if you're running hotter than that, you're not investing enough in your business. Okay, we have many stories on that. So basically, your operating expenses should be about 30% of your gross income. That's your salaries to your people, your marketing expenses, your DMAR dues, your education. For those of you in coaching, I'm going to tell you now, put me in as an employee in your budgeting. I'm one of your employees. Okay. Your transaction coordinators are an expense. They're an employee. Your stagers, your photographers, all of those are expensive. Your land title marketing, anything, anytime you're spending money out of your business, your monthly office dues here. Cost of sale. Cost of sale is an expense that you incur because you closed a transaction. That incorporates your split to the market center, your royalty. So how much is that a year? $21,000, right? $18,000 for your company dollar and $3,000 for your royalty. And then the only other expenses you have is if you're paying a buyer's agent or a listing specialist, if you had a big team. Okay, most of you in the room aren't there, so we're just going to kind of put that to the side. The other place you will have a cost of sale is if you're paying an outbound referral fee. Right, so let's say that an agent from California contacts Nikki and says, hey, I got this buyer, they're moving to Colorado. Can you help them? And she says, yes. They negotiate a referral fee to the agent in California of 25%. That 25% that Nikki pays to the agent in California would be a cost of sale. Okay, so for most of you, your only cost of sales are going to be your company, your splits, royalty, and any outbound referral fees or inbound referral fees you pay.
What about transaction coordinators?
Those are gonna be an expense. It's an expense. Put me in as an employee. Okay. All right, high level, 40% profit. How many of you are ready to go to work for 40%? I like it. Okay, high level cash flow, you got your total GCI at $1.5 million. Half of it's going to come from listings, half of it's going to come from buyers. You're going to pay your listing specialist, your buyer specialist, you're going to have your expenses, you're going to down $1 million. Done. Okay, conversion rates. This is where CSU plays a role for those of you that are in coaching. Now, CSU, I don't care if you ever log into it other than to create the account the first time. Command is the key to this. We can't figure out your conversion rates if you don't keep track of how many conversations you're having. We can't keep track of your conversion rate from appointments to actual signed agreements if you don't put it in command. We can't track how many listed, what's your conversion rate on listings sold. Right? Deals terminate. How do we know what your conversion rates are if we're not getting the right data in the command? So that's going to be a huge focus for Corey and I next year so that we can help you get a better visibility into your business. I failed you all on that this year, and that's not going to happen in 2024. But leads generated. Huh?
As a few, thought it was me.
Well, your accountability partner didn't hold you accountable for doing it, so I will own it. Okay? All right. So you go on a listing appointment. If you don't have a conversion rate calculated, you can assume the model says 75% of the listing appointments you go on will result in a signed listing agreement. If you are brand new to the business, you're probably closer to 50. Okay. However, you're going to get better throughout the year. So I would still use the 75% when we go to model. Okay. Of the listing agreements that you take, 70% of them are gonna result in the closing table. And there's some people in this room who are gonna say, Margaret, we sell 100% of the listings that we put up in the sign in the last 2 years. Why would we go down to 70%? What's the mentality of buyers today when it comes to the inspection process?
They have an out and they like to take it.
How many terminations have we seen in coaching this year? More than we've ever seen in terminated contracts. Did the house ultimately sell? Yes. But not at 100%. Okay, it might have from the listing taken to the listing sold, but we had some terminations in there. And we do have some instances where we took a listing and it never even went to the market. The seller changed their mind. Okay, buyers. For every 100 buyer appointments we go on, we should sign 70% of info buyer agency agreement. You guys all been hearing this little thing in NAR about buyer co-op and all of that stuff? You know why that's happening? Because agents aren't getting buyer agency agreements signed. You all are trained differently. Make sure you get them done. So 70%. So 7 out of 10 buyers that you go meet with will actually sign the buyer agency agreement with. Again, if you're new to the business, it might be less. But as you're growing, it's going to get better. And then for every buyer agency agreement that you sign, you'll get 70% of them to the closing table. Anybody, I'm going to look at Dale and Vanessa and Corey and Greg and Casey. Yeah, Casey and Bill Orchard and Ann Holmes. Any of you got 100% of your buyers make it to the closing table? No. These are great, okay? These give you an idea of what to expect, okay? So, I'm gonna walk you through this, okay? And again, you do not, actually, if you want to, let me get there. If you go to page 10 in your book, it actually has it here as it's gonna be on the slide. Again, take notes if you want to on page 10 about how the different numbers work. But I'm going to show you a couple things. Yes, ma'am.
For average commission amount, is that how much you're actually netting once you do item splits and such?
That's your gross commission. Okay. Yep, good question. Okay, so we want to net $1 million. We're going to use those same models. I'm going to explain it a little better. Okay. So net income equals 40% of the GCI. GCI stands for gross commission income. Okay, so that is the purchase price times 3%, 3.2, 2.8, whatever it is. In these models, we use 3% just as a baseline. Okay, now if you've been running your business for a while and you know what your blended average commission rate is, then we'll use that differently. Right? But for those of you that don't know, just use 3%. Okay, so net income is $1 million. It's 40% of our GCI. So if we were going to get that number, I would take the net income of $1 million. I would divide it by 0.4 or 40%, and I will get 2.5 million in GCI. That's how they get that number. Okay. Then to calculate my operating expenses, that's 30% of my gross commission income. So if I take 2.5 million times 0.3, I get $750,000. Okay, then my cost of sale, operating, we talked about, did you guys understand the difference between operating expenses and cost of sale? We're good. Okay, cost of sale is also 30%, so that should also equal 750. If I add up $1 million plus 750 and 750, I get 2.5 million. Okay, my average commission, great question. I'm going to be using the GCI. So my average GCI, so depending on what my average sale is, will determine what my average gross commission is. In our example, the gross commission is only $7,150. So to figure out the number of units I need, I'm going to take that 2.5 million of GCI, I'm going to divide it by 7,150, and I'm going to get the 350 units. Everybody follow that?
Back up 1 second, sorry.
That's fine.
I was still thinking about something else. The 7,150. Oh, that's just okay, that's gonna be good.
This is the model number.
Yeah, gotcha.
I'm actually going to show you how to do $1 million in our market. Okay. All right. 50% sales. So I'm going to take, to get my number of sellers I need to sell, I'm going to take 0.5 times the 350, and I'm going to get 175. Okay, now my conversion rate, I told you 70%, right? So how many listings do I need to get? I take the 175 closings, divide it by 0.7, and that will tell me I need 250 listings taken. And honestly, you guys, with our changing market, I would stay conservative on that conversion. It's gonna be very tempting for those of us that have been in the business to bump that to 90%, and I'm afraid of what next year's gonna bring. I don't know. So I would rather you put in a model that you're gonna do more, you have to go on more listing appointments than you really did, and then you get to exceed your goal. Fair enough? Okay. How many appointments do I need to go on? If I use a 75% conversion rate, I'm gonna take the 250 signed agreements that I need, divide that by 0.75, and that's gonna get me to 333 seller appointments. Okay, it does put the divide signs in there to help us. If I'm on the buyer side, it's 50%, so again, 350 divided by 0.5 is gonna give me 175. I'm gonna apply the conversion rate of 70%. So 175 divided by 0.7 is still gonna be 250 buyer agency agreements signed. However, my conversion rate on buyer appointments to signed agency agreements is less. So 0.7, so I'm gonna take the 250 buyer listings needed, divided by the conversion rate of 0.7, and I need 357 buyer appointments. Okay? Now the fun part of taking the appointments needed per month. In the model, they do a 12-month year. You got a big team, of course you work 12 months. What if you're an individual agent? Are you gonna work all 12 months? Are you gonna take a day off for that thing called Christmas, Thanksgiving, New Year's, Halloween, your birthday? You go on vacation a couple times. Gonna go to field day with your kids. So what I recommend is when you're starting to do your own, do it for a 10-month year. So divide your total buyers needed, your total appointments needed by a 10-month. So that way you've built in some time off. Okay, again, these are all the games I play to help you overachieve your goals. Okay, all right. Here's how we're gonna do this if we're $1 million in our area. Okay, so we're gonna net $1 million, we're still gonna do 5, these all stay the same. The average sales price, according to DMAR last month, was how much? How many of you saw it? Because you had it all over your Facebook page. 565. How many of us work in Arvada? Does Arvada have a higher price point than the rest of the metro area?
Yes.
Would it be fair to use 600,000 in an average price point?
Yes.
So we're gonna use that, and our average commission is gonna be 18,000. Just in case you wonder how I got that. Okay, so if I need to make 2.5 in GCI and an 18,000 average commission, I now need to sell 139 versus 350. Can I tell you something? As an individual agent, you can sell 139 units. You can. Gallup and Bailey's doing it. Not Bailey, where is she? Granby. Sheila Bailey. We have someone in the region who's selling that volume as an individual agent. It's all about choices and life balance, right? Okay. She also has one heck of a large avenue.
I'm gonna say that's about happening.
Yep, okay, so we're still gonna do 50-50, so now they need to go on 70 sellers sold, 70%, 100 appointments. So they need 133 seller appointments compared to 333 seller appointments a year. Amazing what 18,000 will do for you. On the buyer side, they need to go to 141 appointments. So when I looked at the previous million, it was 333 and 357. Compared to 133 and 141, huge difference, right? Price points matter. In this case, they need to go on 11 listing appointments and 12 buyer appointments a month as a team. Okay. So, anybody want to know how to make $1 million? Can I do that? No. Okay. Questions? Are you getting it? Is it making sense? Is anybody getting excited to make $1 million? Jordan, where are you? I'm used to you being in here with me. I knew something was missing. Okay. So, still too high level, isn't it? it's still, that's not me. How many of you are feeling that? That $1 million ain't me. I'm raising my own hand. I don't want that. Right? I don't want that. I would. Right? So next month, what's coming out? It would be nice if it ever happened 1 year, it would just be a fluke. I'd probably have to sell a bunch of $10 million houses, and then I could do it, right? That would be the way to do it. Just sell a couple of $10 million houses and you're there. So let me ask you this. How much money you wanna make? I don't want you guys against me. You guys wanna make, give me a number.
100K.
How much?
100K.
Oh, you are a new agent. Everybody wants to make 100K. 250 is for Casey.
I didn't make everything. Let's go.
Yeah, but you have one heck of a year, and it's not over yet, okay? 100K is a very popular number, but I don't like it. It's too easy. So we're going to make 125,000. That sound good? If I could walk you out of here today and tell you what you had to do to net $125,000 in your business, how many of you would say today was worth your time, even without chili? Okay. Okay, so let's get real. Your cost of sales is not, even you guys, nobody in here. Okay, no one in here, this room, is going to have a cost of sale that's going to be 30% of your gross commission income. Is there anybody in this room planning to add a buyer's agent to their team this year? Okay, and none of you will. So your cost of sale is going to be a flat $21,000. Now, if your teams, you guys have it a little differently, so put your numbers in there because you know what they are. Okay. And you guys are going to be different because of the expansion network. Okay. So in order to really figure out what our GCI needs to be, remember in the original model, we said take the net income divided by 0.4, and that'll tell us what our GCI is. But the problem with that is you don't have a 30% cost of sale, right? So here's Margaret's workaround. You take your net income plus your cost of sale of $21,000. So add those two numbers up in your calculator. Tell me what you get. So 125 plus 21,000 is what? How much? 146,000. That number represents 70% of the GCI because you have a fixed cost of sale. Does that make sense? Okay, so if you take that 146 and divide it by 0.7, what do y'all get? That's what I got, rounded up to 209. I was waiting for Anita to check my math. Okay, do you guys understand why I added those two numbers together and divided it by 0.7? Because remember in the 30, 30, 40, the net income and the cost of sale reflects 70% of the total. Okay, so we have a fixed cost, so then our operating expenses are 30% of the GCI, so 30% of 209 is what? What? 63, I rounded up to 63,000. I round everything because I like round numbers.
Margaret, where are you putting things like professional expenses, like desk fees,
All your
idea?
We'll get to that.
HomeBot.
We'll get all of that into the budgeting. Okay, so our GCI is gonna be 209 because our cost of sale will be that fixed 21,000. Does everyone understand how I got where I got it? Yes?
Can you go over that one more time? I'm sorry, I'm trying to do this in my car and I'm a little confused.
Okay, in your car. Okay.
All over.
Oh, I'm pulled over. I'm trying to do the math.
That was Casey, not Margaret. Okay, so you take your net income plus your cost of sale, the fixed amount of 21,000. You add those together to get the 146. So cost of net income plus cost of sale equals a number. You're going to divide that by 0.7 to get your total GCI.
Okay.
then the operating expenses are 30% of the GCI.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay. Everybody else good?
Yep.
Don't worry, I'll be around to help you in a minute. Okay, our average commission, we're gonna say it's still 18,000. Okay. So if I take the 209,000 and I divide it by 18,000, I need to sell 12 units. Oh, I heard some.
What did you divide?
I took the 209,000 GCI and I divided it by 12. I'm sorry, I took the 209,000, divided it by the 18,000. And that gave me 12 units. Okay, everybody follow?
Yeah.
How many of you went, holy moly, I can do that? Okay, can do it. So if we break it down, in this case, we're gonna do 40% sellers, only because the room's full of newer agents, you guys are naturally gonna go for the buyers. Okay, so if you got 40% sellers, you need to sell 5 sellers. You need to take and sell 5 listings for the year. If your conversion rate is 70% of listings taken, you need to sign 7 exclusive rights of sales. You need to use a 75% conversion rate. It means you need to go on 9 appointments for the entire year. 9 seller dedicated appointments. Okay. We're gonna do 60% buyers, which means we're gonna close 7 buyers. At our conversion rate of 70%, that means we need to get 10 buyer agency agreements signed. With the appointment conversion rate at 70%, we need to go on 14 buyer appointments. Now, if I take those numbers and divide them by 12, they get really weird, right? Like 9 divided by 12 is like 0.75 of a meeting a month. So sometimes I will look at things on a quarterly basis. Okay, but also if you divide those numbers by 10, total seller appointments just kind of rounds up to 1 month. Right? Total buyer appointments divided by 10 is 1.5 a month. So maybe you do 3 every 2 months, right? Like you can think your way outside of it, but at the end of the day, even if you rounded it up, if you went on 1 seller appointment and 3 buyer appointments a month, how many is that a week? Not 1. So if you went on 1 appointment a week, how much money you make? $25,000. 1 appointment a week. What do you think? Tell me what your thoughts are. I can read some of your faces. What do you think, James?
Thinking that's pretty easy.
All right. What else are we thinking in the room? What, Taylor? I'm hungry. For chili or for money? How can you went? It's more achievable than I thought it could be.
Yeah.
It's totally doable. Totally doable.
Well, I can attest to that. I did 10
Yeah.
and I'm too short.
Yeah, how long were you in Europe this year? Couple weeks?
That's
Years.
Welcome to my world. Welcome to my.
My point is that she lived a life, she did not work constantly to do it.
Oh, I've never done this year what I've ever, try that again. What I did this year and last year, I've never done in my entire life.
I believe that this year you doubled all of your previous years.
Oh, I did it
I think you exceeded the sum of your previous year.
working for somebody else.
Yes,
Mhm.
right? And
Absolutely.
even your units sold, right? Your production, if I added up your years prior to this year, I think you'd do the same amount this year, or pretty close to it. And the year's not over, and you went on some really cool vacations.
Yeah.
Right? So you live a life by design. And you're having great results as a result of it, and it's because you got focused. Right? You got very focused on a particular segment and it's working. And when it didn't work the first day, you kept going. And kept going.
My average commission wasn't 18,000. It was more like.
Well, it's not Iowa, okay? My point is this, but part of that's the purchase point, right? The purchase price that you're focused on, because that's where your heart is. has that impact, and you're still doing more units and making more money than you ever had before. Guys, that's huge. Huge, okay? So. It's your turn. It's your turn. So the good news is, I want to have this whole session rammed up by noon. So what I want you to do is I want you to go to page. You find it?
20. Pro forma,
No, you want the other one.
actually, 19.
Yeah, you want 19 first. So I want you to go to page 19. And I want you to build your plan. Now. I'm not putting that 125% one back up there. Do you know why? Because y'all are gonna cheat and just copy it, and that's not your plan. So in the upper part of that page, or in the side where there's some white space, I want you to quickly write down what your goals are for this year. I wanna pay off my student loans. I wanna pay off my kids' college tuition. I want you to write down why you're doing this really quickly, without your at this point. So just in one of those white spaces that's on that page, tell me why we're doing this. Maybe it's to quit your day job. Maybe it's, then write it down, right? Write it down. Elizabeth, we're gonna probably end about 10 till. 10 till 5 till. I don't know if they're hot. Okay. Okay. So, then I'm gonna give you the formulas. Okay, so you're gonna start with your net income. Then you're going to plug in your cost of sale at 21,000, or for the teams, whatever it is. To get your GCI, you want to add the net income plus the cost of sale and divide it by 0.7. And then to get your expenses, it's your GCI times 0.3. Okay, you got it? Okay, I'm gonna go check on a couple things and I'll be right back. I don't take an hour. Take an hour.
So I'm here.
Let's get it. Let's get it. I think we can go
I don't want to do crazy number like you're doing right now. Like, well, there's- Why I want to be conservative on my number. All right. Yeah, there you go. No, I was writing it up here before I put it down there. And I know it's not. Everything. I even drew arrows in a lot. Now I have. So it's. Yeah. That's the formula. Figured out how we. Average commission, are we doing hourly average commission or one day? You gotta do the 18th. But I'm not looking. First year. Definitely, you know. It's hard to different. It's now. We have. We want to have to. So that's all. Still like each month. My average overall. Well, I had it really. Divided by. I'm going divided by 4.
No, I was saying 56.
That's actually that. My work, because that's kind of that. So I went to these two. Divided by, I'm like 1. Oh, it's why. And I so technically I would make more money by dropping my expenses. No way, I'm still not.
Hopefully we get it on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't say it, yes, I mean, I. That thing. She's doing more money than I do. I just took her, be like, here it lost. Minus 280. Yeah.
So we got. You're not gonna, so you haven't been able to.
Right, and then I want to be. It's fine. How long? Then it'll be 40 days, so. And lower by average. Because it's on. I put 18. Best thing that ever did was house. And then I made soap.
Hold on one second. Okay, so. Hold on. I wanna go back. So. You've got your net income,
Yes.
okay? You know that your cost of sale is fixed, true?
Yes.
So put in your cost of sale as that fixed dollar amount of 21,000. Okay? Then you're going to take your net income plus your cost of sale, and you're gonna get a total. Okay, everybody got that? Take that total, divide it by 0.7, and that gives you your total GCI.
Where did we get this 0.7?
Because in the 40-40-30, 30% is operating expenses, 30% is cost of sale, and 40% is profit. Because we have a fixed amount in cost of sales, the sum of your net income and your cost of sale reflects 70% of your gross. Okay? It's that dang algebra classes that I used to love, right? So to get your gross income, it's your net, whatever you want to make plus 21,000, okay? Then take that number, divide it by 0.7, that's your gross commission income. Then, to get your operating expenses, take that gross commission income times 0.3. Did that help? No.
It did, I just have a question because when I follow the actual instructions up top and I do net income divided by 40%, it's giving me a different number than.
It will, because you don't have 30% cost of sales. So I'm manipulating those two fields to get you there. So that's why I wrote the formulas and I trumped the formulas on this document. But I took it down because I didn't want y'all just copying my numbers, which I think some of you would have done.
Yeah.
Might have talked. Okay,
And
divided by
70.
Right. I, like, for the first time this year, that actually understood and it like the first 2 years, which is, like, to me, my grade is not too bad, but all of that year, just like, what it needed
so
to
you
be.
got.
Yeah.
This
is my fourth time.
Okay,
well, I'll do the next time.
That is a little bit different. Don't worry, I don't know. I'm just over here not getting.
I think I got it. You can. Question. So these are all good questions. I want to address them, and I'm already using my first 2 hours in. These percentages of percent of sellers sold and buyers sold. This is what you're going to focus on. If you are a buyer's agent on a team, you would have 100% buyers. None of you are. Okay. If you're probably going to run either if you're a new agent, I'd probably do 50-50. Or I would do 40% sellers and 60% buyers. So for you, it makes sense, right? For some of you, these two teams over here are much more listing focused, right? They might run 60, even 65% listings. I wouldn't go higher than that no matter what my metrics are because of the changing market. But you decide how you want to split your business between buyers and sellers. Okay?
Can we go over the first one?
Yep.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's.
Has everybody got that first part done?
Yeah.
Down to your average commission and your units sold. Does everybody know your units sold?
Yeah.
Everybody, are we good out there, Corey? Everybody got their units sold behind you? Okay,
Right.
all right, so here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna pick how you're gonna split your business. Okay? Then you're gonna take the percentage, so this side's running sellers. 40% of the 12 is gonna be sellers, so I'm gonna get 5 total sellers. Then my conversion rates is what I think you're asking me to put up. It's a 70% conversion rate on listings sold to taken. And 75 appointment conversion. If you know your numbers, use your numbers.
Okay, and then that's for the now.
Yep, we've learned this from Margaret.
I only
What did you learn?
4th time is the charm for us to get.
Four times, got it. 6.
I told him first, I'm an accounting major and a business major, and I didn't get rid of it. I mean,
I think it's the first 3 times.
it would be your multi-year track.
No.
Last year.
Anywhere.
Everybody got it down to this point. Who needs more time? Who needs more time? Can I move on?
Yeah.
Yes.
I can. Are you good, Lala? I'll help you during lunch. Okay, okay, I will. All right, so the chili's falling. Okay. Hey, counselor. Come here. Please. They already knew that. So, I heard some interesting things. So first of all, how many of you are sitting there with your results?
Casey.
I was like, where's my clicker? Where is it? Right here.
How did you know that? I didn't know that.
Because she watched, I feel like I found my missing piece of paper that I lost. Okay, so this is important. Okay, so many of you are sitting here going, this is achievable. Right? You're looking at this going, wow, I can actually have the life I want and not have to kill myself next year. Is that a good summary?
Yeah.
Now, I did hear another takeaway from the front row. The front row has been through this several years. Okay, and the comment was, I finally get it. And that's okay. If you guys are sitting back and I'm not sure 100% how Margaret got all these numbers, it's okay, just trust me.
Math is not my thing.
Right? Well, it's not just a math thing. It's not just a math thing, it's understanding how our business works,
Yeah.
right? And for some of you, how long have you had your license? A month. You don't even know what I'm talking about with conversion rates, right? You haven't even been on an appointment. That's okay. Trust it. Trust the process. Okay? And if you really want to get it, come back and see me Saturday morning. We're going to be doing these first 2 sections again on Saturday. Now, I like to do this next exercise because when we talked about goal setting, we talked about setting our goals as if we were going to climb Mount Everest. Y'all remember that part?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I did this, the first year I added that to it. Jordan and Katie were sitting in the room. And I remember them looking at me like they wanted to say, you're something crazy. Input whatever you want something to be. However, I trust you. So I want Jordan to tell you how they felt that day, what they did, and what happened. Come on in.
Getting stuck out.
Yeah, she knows.
You wonders if you fail.
Well, I know, but I didn't want to put you on, I'll put Charles in the spot all day long, but I reckon that's you.
No, I think this was back in 2019. We were in the old office and we were doing Margaret business planning clinic, just like you guys are doing. And we set our goals. We knew what we wanted to do that year for, well, we didn't know what we wanted to do, right? We started running through the numbers with Margaret, it got clearer and clearer and clearer. We knew what we wanted to make that year. We went through the process, we wrote all our numbers down and we had to sell X amount of homes. And Margaret said, good job. Good, but I was lunch. She goes, wait. She goes, double that.
Double it.
And we did, we said, Margaret, you're nuts. Nobody has time for that. It would have been maybe just too much for us to handle, is what we thought mentally, what we were capable of, but it was a challenge, and the challenge proved to really send us places we didn't think we could go, right? I think we had set our transactional goal of that year at, I think 45 units, I looked it up, because I knew you were gonna call us up here, so I went back. So based on where we ended, that year.
But your double it number wasn't 45. Do you remember what the double it unit was?
105.
Should have been less than that.
It was a little over 100.
Okay.
Because our double it number, because I think our goal was somewhere between 45 and 55, and our
Okay.
double it ended up being
A little less.
like 105.
Okay.
And we said, you're nuts. But the point of it is to get into that mindset of go, 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 because if you don't make it to the top, you still ended up way higher than where you set yourself, right?
So we set your activities and your goals monthly, because I remember we kind of sat down and did that year after the fact.
Yep.
And did we set your goals based on the 45, 50 or the 105?
105.
So we set the goals based on the 105. So they went to work, doing the activities and the plan to do 105 units that year. So where'd you end up?
We ended up at 68 that year.
Remember what their original goal was?
55.
50-ish, 45, 50,
45.
right? So it works. And if you don't believe it, come talk to these guys. Right? Now, so we are a little behind. I told Charles we'd be ready at 10 till, but so flip over that piece of paper to page 20. Is it page 20? It says pro forma across the top. So when I say double it, there's only one number I want you to start doubling. Double your net income. So if your net income was 80,000 on the front page, it's now 160. There you go.
Do it.
Go do it.
Double it.
Double the net income.
You know them out.
Now, for some of you, who wrote very lofty goals for your first goal, this might ultimately be your pro forma for 3 years from now. But you're building the plan for 3 years in the future. Right? So double your net income, put in your flat 21,000 of cost of sale. And then take your new net income plus that 21,000 cost of sale, divide that by 0.7, and that will get you your new GCI. Everybody there? Now take that new net GCI times 0.3 and get your new operating expenses. And it's okay, don't choke, you won't really spend it unless you make it. You round this up to 360, 359, whatever you want to do. No wrong answer. It doesn't change the end result, that's what I'll tell you. So you're gonna be 744. If you really want to be aggressive, just round it at 400. Okay, so everybody got your new GCI? By the way, your new GCI wasn't double your old GCI, was it? No, because you have a fixed cost of sale. Now take that new GCI divided by your average commission that you used on page 19 and look at what your unit change becomes. It should not be double. It should be less. If your first one was 25 units, your double it is probably somewhere around 47. Not cool. I can double my net income and not have to do double the transactions. Everybody tracking with me? I want you to go down and do the same math and take it down to how many appointments you need to go on a month. Is that right?
GCI times 30% equals the operating expense, right? Rapper, be that
Sure. But I'm sure. I know now, but.
Still using the same. Should I do the 18?
No, be like the same. Whatever you put on your first page for your averages, you want everything to be the same except your net income. Right now, your net income doubling is going to change your GCI. Your GCI changing is going to change your net operating expenses. And your transaction count will go up, but I want all those fixed things to stay the same. I want your average commission to stay the same. I want your conversion rates to stay the same. Yes, it might ultimately go up as you get more skilled, but I want you to keep it flat. Because otherwise, it's not a fair comparison. So your conversion rates are going to stay 70 and 75 and 70 and 70. Your business split will stay the same as what it was on the front page. And when you're done, let me know, because I want to hear what you got. Get slurpy. All right. I'm hungry. I'm not eating. Get my steps in today, though. For those of you that have one-on-one coaching appointments scheduled with MREA between now and the end of the month, we're bringing this with you. We want to help you look at this. We want to validate it. We want to help you build your plans. Okay, if you do not have a one-on-one scheduled with us between now and the end of the month, please get on our calendars. Right? It is our job as your coaches to help you achieve your goals. But we we don't know what they are if we're flying blindfolded because you didn't tell us what they are. Okay. So everybody done? Everybody get through it? Okay, so just as an example, once Kylie let me have my papers back last night, for this individual who wanted to net 125,000, they needed to do 12 units, which resulted in 4 appointments a month, right? or I'm sorry, 3 appointments a month, right? So when I doubled it to 250, it went to 22 units. So instead of doubling 12 to 24, it only went to 22 units. And their appointments per month went to, are you ready? 4. So think about that. Did you guys hear that? What did I just say? With a little bit of a tweak, I could double. So let me say this again. 125,000 net income at 18 grand is 12 units and 3 appointments a month. You got that? For 250, it's 22 units and it's 4 appointments a month. It's how many more appointments a month? 1 more appointment a month will yield you another $125,000. Who's not signing up for that? You guys screaming, that's before. Right there? Instead of 3 months, just do 1 a week. It's even easier to think about. Just need an appointment this week. I just need an appointment this week. All right. Anybody else want to share their numbers? High level, what did it change? Where's my experienced ones who've done this before? You guys, how did your double it change? What was your, just tell me your units. How many units for your first one?
48.
So 48 units. Now this is a team of 2. So that's 48 units, 4 a month will get you your baseline goal. When you doubled it, how many do you need to do?
96. It actually does.
That makes no sense, and I want to look at the numbers.
It does because of the price point of our commission.
Yeah, but your cost of sale should still stay flat. Your cost of sale will not change.
Because it was doubled based on, I mean, it was exactly the model.
Right, but you guys don't pay, you don't have buyer's agents that you're paying splits to, so you're not gonna have a 30% cost of sale. So your cost of sale should be the total of your split plus royalty, which is a flat amount, which is not 750,000.
Oh, cheap. I thought you got this, Nikki.
I was just thinking that, okay.
Yeah, so, yeah, if you go back and you make your cost of sale flat, which is the sum of your 2 split and your 2 royalties, that would be your flat amount on both sides. Okay. Anybody else?
All right, one more year.
I want to hear that number because it told me. Anybody else? Casey, what did yours do? You went from what to what?
I went from 22 to 41.
22 to 41 doubles your net income. What are you guys like?
25.
And we can't hear this. You gotta come in. Okay, hold on, I can't hear you. You had 24 to hit your main goal, and then we saw 54. Not right there either. That doesn't count then, because you changed the rules on me. Nick, what'd you do?
6 about you to 30.
60 to 30, piece of cake. All right, so, I am gonna have some chili. Make sure you all vote for mine. I won't tell you which one it is, but vote for mine. I'm gonna be around, I can help answer your questions on the math, because I know it's hard. Right, how many of you thought it was gonna be super easy, and now you're sitting there going, I'm just not sure I get it yet. It's okay. Okay, okay, not to raise your hand, you all feel that way. So let me help you, bring it to your coaching. If you've not booked your coaching, get on our calendars. You don't have our links, ask Stacy, she'll get to the links to our calendars. But let us help you, right? So go have some chili. I'd really like to be back in here at 12:30, so that I can attend this. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
He's not a teacher. But. I'm not gonna ask you about that. So. I'm going to.
Over here.
Now, that is your digital. Say that number times 23, right? That's right. No. Yeah. Now, you know how to do all this. Yes. Now, I can go with it. Off your tail, so now, and then you have to say, I think it's not much of a video of okay, and then I write that, and I was, that's huge, right? Yeah, I get invited by 27 to get gross. That's, you're doing the chicken and I, and we're looking. Now, I'm looking at what's saying, yeah, I got 1.75 divided by maintenance, and now you're gonna still not involved. Okay. 750 to 80 under a million. Not your contact. I can say, there you go. Really, it's so fucking high. I'm not there. Well, not here, that's not. They were, yeah, well, I did, yeah. Right now, we're excited. Well, you're EV five. Oh, my God. But now, you start reading that, go out and see your units. I want a new page just for this. We also have a development working on. Marketing wise, you know, like. Right. So your marketing expenses, you expenses, and I would say so many things. So you should be spending 100 grand. Right? That's just like because if you're hitting, we set the budgets on this, but then we're not hitting this number, then we're off. Right. Which is why it's so important to those key balance every month. Yeah. At least every quarter. So if you're overspending, you can either adjust your lead gen activities to get back on track with the income, or change how you're spending expenses. Or both. Right. Okay. Okay. Right. Did that make sense? That better? Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Well, you don't spend it on the weekend.
Right.
It's hard to correct. Good, all right, I need to go rest another this.
Yeah. Water.
Good class, I mean, you just, everybody's being engaged. So it's one of the few classes where I don't see everybody multitasking on their phone. Oh.
April, how are you?
Vote for mine. Mine was made with beer.
Be that side. That side.
Yeah, I do. I think I want it.
Oh, yeah.
This is a higher number than my own. This has no spice. But third lowest. Because they've got the original, the honey and the spicy. The honey is too sweet, the original didn't have enough oomph to it.
Good. Yeah.
And of course, we've been drinking it. You're good. This year, I still feel like they're nowhere near fun. Really, yes. Yeah, but anyway. Not exactly. Yeah. Make one and then just living in down. Yep. But.
One of them is the big thing about it. One of them is the big spouse. It's a big spot. Yeah. Not anyone. Yes, no. Yeah, a lot. Yeah. He's one term. I have to take that for there, but yeah, we have a water one there, red. Yeah. Yeah. Get up. Yes. I know, there's nothing. But I do like that cornbread. We'll take it. I know that's that. I see that in my chili. Cornbread. Cornbread pudding. Another bowl, and I didn't get another napkin. Can you get a napkin? Can you get it out? You're gonna get more. I've only had two. Right. This one has enough spice to it that I don't like. You know you're eating the good. I vote on the chicken with my nose. We can try this. Down here. I think one is better. I think six is sweeter. I get one.
Yeah.
Six screen feeling. Well, I mean, yeah. So, one of my neighborhood events. Once I ran into the. Neighbors. Here. Next, but it's really quick off. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. What? We got 10 minutes. I should get some more corn. Right. That's. This one's 5 and this one's. No. Maybe said that was pretty right. I'll speak. I know, did you see down the street, I think it's Robert's office, where the sign say, I'm an asshole, I'm not running for anything, I just wanted a sign. I'm totally going down and taking a picture in front of it, and I'm gonna be like, hey, good ass. This one's delicious. Number 6. My beans and chicken, and reach the. Sure. Thank you. Yeah, and white bean. No, I know it's like a minute of running stuff. Yeah, we had a rib. I'm right there.
Okay, sit here and eat all afternoon.
Maybe I will.
I plan on.
I was like, what are you having for dinner tonight? I said, I don't know, I'm gonna fill up on chili at lunch.
Tell Charles your vote.
If you're ready to vote, give your vote to Charles. I'm ready to vote.
Like one of my favorite days.
Right?
Is it
typically always falls on a day that I can't take the entire day off, but I always make time for this.
So kind of happened all together today.
Already have the accident today.
One more late. And any other ones that I already did my voting.
Yep. You know, that was not enough to.
Alright. I don't wanna know. Yeah. Fine.
Make fun of me. I know.
Excuse?
Yeah, I know. Story of my life. I can't tell if this is a muffin or if it's cornbread.
Maybe it's cornbread. It's that awesome.
How do I feel about it? All of that. I don't know. That's why it was confusing. It's sweet.
Need your cornbread?
It tastes like a cupcake. Or not. No. Wow.
I just started on one.
With Mark?
Yeah.
I'm out of the fire.
For speaking of it, I can hear.
Here,
For the people that are online.
Well, I can hear everybody.
People on Zoom are doing. Yeah.
In between now and Lincoln time.
I have ortho next week and that's just all like. I'm gonna try that. Boom, cupcake sandwich. Not any help. For the love. And it has people.
Yeah. I usually do that, sometimes I do it.
I will frosting on both sides.
Yeah, right, I want frosting on top of my. Yeah.
Gives me wings.
Makes me heart palpitations. With that agency, like study totally, I'm thinking, I go my calendar, when I kind of what she had said about having 3 any day this week, where I was like, no reason to put that on the next week. Okay. You're buying that home. And then. One. I'm gonna find you 57 units. Yeah. You're like, good luck with that. Nice life, for lack thereof. And I'm trying to go to Europe for summer. All right. My stepdad, actually renting a place for a month, so. All I have to do is get myself there.
Where the pack is that?
I don't think we're out there on the table, I don't know.
We all get together. Very. Happy. Now I need a chili nap. That's all right, I'm gonna get it off on sugar high and keep going. Do you want me to do an announcement that we're getting ready to restart?
No, Charles got it. All right, let's roll. Or we're going late, your choice. Huh?
We're gonna go late.
Ladies, touching Margaret.
Yeah.
Yum, yum.
Yum, yum.
But I'm not a big fan. I don't MREA and I just want a little bit anyway. So my nose is like going, whoa, what did you do to me? But the red two red chilies were really good.
So good.
All of them were. I didn't know.
Glad you coordinated the business planning clinics.
So how do we do with that?
Smart.
Talk about drawing throughout.
Yeah, right.
Are you telling me that the only way I can get you to come to my classes is I can bring food?
No.
Yeah.
Okay, just check.
No, I just never heard that.
Peter Rapids does no idea anything. The last time I taught there, they had a great chocolate bar. I said, for Thanksgiving, I want, and they're like, what do you want? Teaching the Wednesdays for Thanksgiving, we gotta have a draw somewhere. Not me. Alright, so, let's start. Oh, there we go, that got people's attention, and so. How is the chili? So, has everyone voted?
Yeah.
Y'all vote? Okay, so now go eat more of the one that's in the big white pot, because I don't wanna take it out. Okay, so this morning, we talked about setting big goals. We talked about using our why to help us get out of bed in the morning and stay focused when it gets hard. One of the things that several of us took away when we were up at the Rocky Mountain Summit from one of the speakers was, the quote I remember was, the game is won on the uphill, or the race is won on the uphill. Also saying you win when it's hard for everybody. Okay, we are in that place. If you use this plan that you're going to develop, you will win 2024. I have no doubt. I would put money in. Doesn't matter what they do. Okay, the key is the execution. Okay, so we're gonna spend a little bit of time talking about the execution and do a little bit of talking about that. Then we're going to move into everybody's favorite subject, which is the budgets. I got a lot of questions on where do I put this expense? Where do I put that expense? Hang with me. It'll get there today. All right. Any questions from what we did this morning? Okay, I'm going to do my best to keep this going. So lead generation is the second of the 5 fundamental models, and it's actually the important first L of the 3 L's. Right? We talked about leads, listings, and leads, right? So when we talk about lead generation is capturing leads. It's the action of capturing leads and putting them in your database. Right? Now, your database can be a index card file, like Gary Keller used in 1979. Right? Or, and by the way, I have a Rolodex. How many of you guys have a Rolodex? I wish I could find my old one. Like, I guarantee you, my kid has no idea what a Rolodex is. Okay? But it can be anything. It can be command, right? Command is a great CRM. It's a great place to put your database. But the reality is, you guys are all carrying a database around with you today. You used it as a calculator earlier today, but how many of your contacts in your phone? Everyone. That's a database. How many of you are on social media and you have friends or followers? That's a database. So you have databases everywhere. Think about how many databases you're in.
That's bad.
Yeah, right? Think about all the databases that you're in. Just look at your direct mail, right? Leads don't just fall from the sky like pixie dust. That's not what Gary wrote here. That's Margaret's version of it, right? But they don't just happen. We have to go find them. And we find them through either prospecting or marketing or a combination of both. Do you need to come in so you can hear better because they're all too loud? Yeah, my voice has gone down. So
Well, we just tell them to be quiet.
hey,
We're trying to learn here.
yeah. All right, so when you go into command, some of us that have been around for a while have heard the words nets and unnets. Take those out of your head. Okay, we got 2 types of people we put in command. We have leads. A lead is defined as they have shown some sort of interest in the services you offer, but you have not yet put them into a 2-way conversation. So maybe you have a farm list, maybe you have a list of people from your bowling group or your bicycle group or your kids 4-H group or whatever kind of group you have databases, don't put those people in it to reach out to them, but you've never had a conversation. That would be technically a lead. Okay. A contact is someone who you've had a 2-way conversation with. So I would argue people at an open house. If you've seen their face and they've seen your face, that would contact me a contact. Now, I think that definition is true. If you are working in a business where you're doing a lot of true cold calling. So Dale does a lot of cold calling. He calls expireds for sale by owners, right? Circle prospecting, that's your business, right? Kicking butt doing it too, by the way. I'm gonna have him teach class on how to do it because I'm not good at it. Okay, that is a lead in his world. In my world, I don't call like that, so you may want to consider redefining in your command what a lead is versus a contact. A lead might be someone you met at an open house and you kind of had a conversation with them, but they kind of like wouldn't know you were in the grocery store. Okay, so you might redefine that, and that's okay. Because guess who owns the business?
You do.
You do, y'all get to decide how you want to do it, okay? The key difference is in how well you talk to them, right? Whoops, let me get this thing turned around. I can't believe this is still taped together. I broke it like 5 years ago, and it's still taped together. Okay. I went to, where did that slide go? Okay, we'll use this one. Okay, so you can find leads either through marketing or through prospecting. And they all take an investment, but they take a different type of investment. When you're prospecting, it's typically your time. How many of you have more time than money right now? Unless you're selling a lot of houses, everyone should be raising their hand, right? It's proactive. You're out there reaching out to people. You're hosting open houses. You're going door knocking. You're getting involved in networking groups. You're being very proactive in getting out and being around people. We're going into the 4th quarter of the year. Anybody says no to a holiday invitation, I'm gonna hurt you. Okay? When you're proactive, you typically have a higher, quicker return, right? When we talk about marketing, it's money intensive, it's passive, okay? You're not actually out there, it takes longer. Out where I live, there's a person who is not with our office. I have to drive by the billboard every day. That's passive, that's marketing, that's expensive. I haven't seen her yet, knock on my door though. Just waiting.
She
Doesn't
doesn't do
live there
that.
anymore.
She could still do that, right? But do you see the difference between prospecting versus marketing? As you're building your plans out and you're thinking about how you want to generate leads next year, how you want to connect with people. Are you a prospect or are you dump a lot of money in the market? Okay, your returns are completely different when you do that. It is proven over and over and over again that most people, what happened here? Back it up, Margaret. Okay. Lead gen is an ever evolving list of ideas, methods, and practices that brings you leads. The problem with it is it's very easy to chase the sexy, shiny object. Okay. So as an example, I just said Dale kills it calling expireds and FSBOs. How many do I? Oh, I need to do that. Right? And then I'm gonna come over here and I'm gonna tell Amanda and Nikki are killing it at open houses, and then you're gonna run over here and you're gonna do that. Right? Or Jordan and Katie are killing it on social media, so you're gonna go out and do that. It is so easy to bounce around. How many of you have been to any of our large conferences, whether it's family reunion, mega camp? I don't know if they do it at fall masterminds. How does anyone? I know Sherry left me. Casey, you've been out to there. Okay, so before we go in to see the big Gary on the stage, what do we always have to walk through? So what?
The vendor area.
The vendor area. What are they doing? Yeah. Stacy takes my credit card away from me and makes me call her before I go. Be nice. Right? Oh. Right?
What's the fastest way to make money in real estate?
Self not your realtors. Remember, I'm gonna build an app. Y'all are gonna pay for it. Stay. It is very easy to go to a workshop, seminar. You can even hear it in our own office at Coffee Talk or a team rally and you hear about somebody doing something really great and you're like, oh my God, that's what I need to do. And then you start chasing it. And then it doesn't work, you go, oh, that didn't work. Oh, that sounds good, and you're gonna chase it. Are you gonna master it? No. Right? Huh? It's a squirrel, right? You're chasing a squirrel. It is the biggest problem we have. So next week, we're gonna talk at the skills lab about our GPS. And the GPS stands for 1 goal, 3 priorities, and 5 strategies. How many priorities? No. 3 priorities. I didn't say squirrel after everything. Right? And I'm gonna argue that for some of you, it's 2. We're doing our business plan next year on 2. Right? We're gonna double down on what matters, and the rest of it we're not. And here's the beauty of that. Here's the beauty of that. You go to some conference and you see this really cool, sexy, right? And you go, huh, I wonder if I should do that. And if you have that plan and you're very focused on what your plan is, it empowers you to say the most powerful word in the English language. Do you know what it is?
No.
No. Margaret, would you like to buy leads from 72 Soul?
No.
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 Would you like to buy?
Margaret, would you like to do this? No. Because guess what? It's not in my plan. Okay? I want to give you that same power. Right? We have the opportunity coaching to do tons of open houses. Matter of fact, I had a couple listing agents do that. Got some stuff coming up in your team. Okay, but if open houses isn't part of your plan, don't feel guilty when you get the email from Margaret that says, I need open house. But if open houses are part of your plan, you better be saying yes. Okay, get good at them. Don't give up right away. Okay, so I still didn't do it right. If you go to page 11. Page 11 is a list of lead generation activities. Okay, and it is broken down between those that are prospecting based, marketing based, and a combination of both. Because I would argue a lot of what we do can be a little bit of both, right? You guys do a lot of open houses. I'm going to look at 3 of you now. Okay, is it prospecting? Because your time's involved, right? But is there some marketing dollars that go into it? Absolutely, right? So it's a combination, right? You're not totally reliant on the money, you're not totally reliant on your time. The combination is where the magic happens, right? So what I want you guys to do is I want you to just really quickly look down that list. Did everybody find it? So the first thing I want you to do is I want you to take your pens and I want you to circle the things that you currently do. If you are brand new to the business and you're not doing anything, then don't circle it. When you're done circling, I want you to go back through the list. And I want you to put a check mark beside the ones that you have considered doing. Or if you're brand new, you're like, well, yeah, I can see myself building that into my business. Or at a minimum, at least saying, I want to know more to see if it makes sense to add to my business. So check those. You're not going to circle or check all of them. If you do, we need to have a different conversation at a client who's like a therapist. Because if you pick them all, you will go crazy.
Well, you know, it wasn't for you were gonna do.
We should do.
Okay. I'll let you finish the exercise at home, okay? But take a look at that, right? These are the things that you're gonna start thinking about as you're building your GPS plan. Okay, so if one of those things is, well, I would think about it, maybe that's not the first thing we write on your GPS. Okay, all right. Studies show that 82% of our business comes from 4 primary lead sources. Okay, when they go back and they study the millionaire real estate agents, the people that are doing business at a high level, the people that we see on the stages at the large events, it continually shows up that the majority of the business comes from the top 4. I would argue most of them, a lot of them come from the top 3. Okay, you're always going to find business from some of those other things, but they're not going to be the top. So as an example, if I looked at mine, our business is sphere, open houses, and agent to agent. That's really where our business comes from. Where do you think I spend my money? My sphere. I'm gonna get an agent to agent referral just because I'm out teaching, I'm out networking, I'm meeting people from around the country. Right? You're gonna have other places that things just accidentally happen onto you, right? You might go to a garage sale at some FISBO's house and strike up a conversation. Next thing you know, you got a listing. So you might get a listing off of FISBO, right? I don't know how much money it cost you at the garage sale, but you might have gotten a FISBO. That doesn't mean it's a primary source of business for you. Make sense? Right? So we want to define what yours are. Okay. Your target audience is always going to be your sphere. And it's going to be your sphere because these are people who already know you, they love you, they trust you, and they want you to be successful. They do, right? And some of you go, I don't have that big of a sphere, I don't know that many people, I just moved here. I can hear it all, I've heard it all before, okay? But you do have a sphere. We're going to do a little bit of an exercise here that's going to help you. Actually, this is something else, never mind. If you start thinking about the people in your phones and the people in your Facebook, I will promise you, no one in this room has 0 contacts in their phone and 0 people on their social media. Is that true? And that no one has former classmates at school, no one has former coworkers at another job. True. We all have those. We all have family, right? We have, maybe we still are blessed, we have our parents, and we might have siblings that talk to us. And we might have kids, right? And they have friends and family, right? Right? There was a class I took many, many years ago. Some of us get in the mindset that says, well, my sphere, you know, they're all settled in a house. They're not going anywhere. This is my demographic, right? They're not going anywhere. We're going to die in this house. Guess what? They have friends that aren't. And they change their minds. But your sphere has a sphere that you don't know. I will tell you, infiltrate the sphere. True story. My friend Jane and Daryl, they host a party the 2nd Saturday of every December, and it is over the top. Anywhere, used to be before COVID, 150, 200 people at this party. I hated it. I'm an extrovert and I hated it. There's too many people, I didn't know them. But I went. Next year, somebody I met at the party that I didn't know before bought a house with me. So next year I went back again. Met 3 or 4 more people. Guess what happened? I went back the following year. Guess what happened? Okay. Don't turn down an opportunity to go meet more people. For those of you that coach with me, how do I end almost every coaching session? Have you caught it yet? I say the same thing. Go be a better friend, go make more friends, and have a great week. Right? Go make more friends. Okay, so your sphere isn't just the people that are in your phone, it's the people in their phones. Does that make sense to you guys?
Yes.
Okay, all right, I think I beated that bandwagon far enough. Okay. If anybody wants to learn how to teach this slide, I'll let you. Okay. So you'll hear Jason Abrams or you'll hear some of the other executives on stage talk about your database or your data bank. Right? The bigger your data bank is, the better, more money you're gonna make, right? There's a way that leads come into our world, right? And they come into, I like to see this more not as a cylinder, but as a funnel. Okay. So every lead you capture from prospecting and marketing So you've got a listing, somebody calls you on the phone, off the sign call, the information goes into your database. Okay, everybody goes in, and depending on how you have to communicate with them will determine what happens. So you capture them in number one. Okay, they probably then go into what's called that lead status, right? There's people that you don't really know. Okay, so you put them in there and you reach out to them and you communicate with them, and eventually, hopefully the relationship strengthens, become a better friend, strengthens the relationship. So now, if you ran into each other at the grocery store, you'd actually recognize each other. Right? And then once they become a contact and you're continuing to develop that relationship, the goal is that those contacts will either convert and buy business from you, transact business with you, or they'll give you a referral, or if they're a repeat client, they'll come back again. And there's a myth that it takes 7 to 10 years for somebody to repeat, and I'm gonna say baloney.
Absolutely.
Absolute baloney, right? I can tell you, starting in technically 2014, but I would argue January 2015, a third of my business is already bought and sold again with me. Take care of those past clients. Okay, so I'm gonna give you a different visual because someone really smart, I can remember where we were. We'll see if he remembers. But it was December of 2014, and I was at a holiday party. And I had just passed my test. And I was meeting agents here in the market center for the very first time. And I ran into this very sweet couple named Ron and Linda. And Ron was gimping because he was having either knee or hip surgery. I don't remember which, but you were getting ready to do that thing. He says to me, you know, Margaret, this business is pretty easy. You think of it like a box full of ping pong balls. And you've got a great big long PVC pipe. Remember this, Ron? You got a great big long piece of PVC pipe, and you just start putting the ping pong balls into the PVC pipe. And eventually what's gonna happen? One's gonna pop out, right? Well, you don't just stop and take care of that ping pong ball because now it became the golden egg. What do? You keep putting more ping pong balls in, and then guess what happens? 2 or 3 might pop out. Okay, I will never forget that. Right, I was a brand new agent, and that man standing right there told me that story, and that has stuck with me for 9 years in the business. So there we go. All right. How do you build the relationships with people? Okay. There's a million different ways. This is, I don't know. I'm skipping slides and I don't even care because we've got time. Okay. You want to use different plans and programs to connect with people. And there's theories out there, there's proven track records out there that if you communicate with people consistently and systematically over a period of time, how much business you will get. We're going to get into some of that math. Of course, there's math, I'm involved, right? But let's talk about what this means about how to communicate with it, right? And again, depending on what your definition of a lead is versus what your definition of a contact is different. And this is not in your book, but if you really want it, I can send it to you. If I'm out 19 to connect, this is about building a relationship with someone you don't know. Your open house leads, the door knocking people, the FISBOs that expired, people you just met at the holiday, at Jane and Daryl's holiday party, right? Like those are the people that go in, you want to connect with them. So what is your plan? You want to touch them 19 times in that first year, minimum. So how do you do that? So the overarching plan is 4 touches is your quarterly phone call, right? All of the plans, actually, there is a piece of this on page 21. So you're going to do phone calls quarterly. We talk about DTD2. If you know what it is, great. Hope you're implementing it. If you don't, Corey and I will teach it to you. But DTD2 is a great systematic way to make sure you get through the entire database once a quarter. 12 touches through monthly emails, newsletters, marketing reports, whatever. This is a great place to use command And either a tool called the monthly neighborhood nurture, which is a really great one if they own a home and it shows them what's happening in their area. There's also, there's some other really great smart plans that you can put out in there. Maybe you have an open house follow-up plan. Not everybody, I gotta sit down, guys, I'm sorry. Not everybody in your database is gonna be on the same smart plan. So spend a little time, maybe that's something you think about over the holidays, right? What kind of smart plans? And go out and look at that library, right? Get with Chris Voorhees, or we'll get him to teach a class about how to use the smart plans that are already in the library that you can just gun and go. We found one, I love it. The woman writes as if I wrote it myself. And it's 36 emails in a year. I don't remember. You'd have to ask Stacy what the name of it is, but they're very professional. They're all different, right? The one I found, one will be an email about fall maintenance, another one will be top buyer tips, another one be you're thinking about selling FSBO, another one, like it's a random thing that can work for anybody in your database, regardless of what kind of status they're in. Okay. 2 touches promotional direct mail, such as a magnet, a calendar. Well, that's easy. You could take the 2 worst sports teams in Colorado and send out their schedules.
Okay.
Anybody know which 2 I'm talking about?
You got 2 of the best too.
We do, but that's only, you could do that, but it's one hit, right? So, but you get what I'm saying, right? It's like find some piece to send out to them, maybe only 1 or 2 times a year, but something that's very directional. And then the last one is a touch, an annual event, party, moving screen, or get together. So the people that are in your, I don't know them very well, people, your leads, you're probably not going to spend a lot of money on, right? They're not your VIPs, they're not your AT. However, you still want them to feel special. So maybe you can, if you farm a neighborhood, maybe in the summertime, you create a neighborhood movie in the park night, and you spend $1,000, if that. I don't even know what it costs. What does it cost to rent one of those movie screens and stuff? You have some free ones. Yeah, so maybe you do a movie in the park and you invite the whole neighborhood, and then you have a popcorn vendor there. You get Kona Ice to come, and you create an event.
Yeah, somebody did like a family photo thing in the park. Somebody from the data. I thought it was really, really impressive.
Right, but that would be more something you're gonna do with the people that you're in the saturation mode versus the right? Okay. Because when you're over here in the connect, you wanna make sure that you don't know them very well. So you're probably not gonna do photos in the park with them. However, what's the market center doing?
Tree Street, food drive.
Great things to invite those people you may not know very well, and then make sure you're here. Okay. The high touch that solidifies the relationship, I really think that's when you can get them to come in and sit down with you and have a conversation about their real estate journey. Right? It could be a buyer, it could be a seller, it could be an investor, whoever it is, but someone where you can actually sit down with them. It could be a coffee date. Right? You connect with them a little bit with breakfast with the Santa. And then next thing you know, you're at Starbucks, buying them a white chocolate mocha or a pumpkin spice latte. Right? Something a little higher touch to cement them. And then once you've done that, now they're no longer a lead, now they're a what? They're a contact. Right? Because now, when you see them in the grocery store, they're gonna go, I know you. Right? Hey Liz, good to see you. Right? You might hide from some of them. I got one of those that if I see her, I run the other way, but right. So now once they move into that category, right, or those people that are your friends, your family, your former coworkers, your kids' school teachers, the kids that are in the band with the parents of the kids in the band or the football team or whatever it is, those are the people that are here. We're gonna hit 36 times a year. Minimum. Brittany Hackenberg teaches an amazing class. I hope we get her to teach it again soon. The 70 contacts, 70 touches with your sphere a year. Now, how many of you just went, that's more than 1 a week, Margaret, they're gonna be sick of me. Somebody thought it, I know you did. Here's the deal, it's in your mind, not theirs. That is in your mind. because you're going to do them and mix them up so random. It's not like you're calling them 2 times a week. Hey, how you going? You wanna buy a Nestle fruit salad ring steak? That's not what you're doing, right? But you're inviting them to a holiday party, and next thing you know, you're sending them an important email newsletter, maybe you're creating a direct mail newsletter, right? And next thing you know, you're popping by with a pumpkin basket. Right? It's all of those different touches. So your 36 touch, again, you've got your 4 phone calls. What's consistent between both sides? Phone calls. Okay, the 25 touch, 26 touches up there. You know, this could be a bi-weekly email, it could be direct mail. We mix it up. We hit ours 1 email a month, 1 minimum direct mail a month. That's kind of how we work ours. The 2 touches are the events, the get-togethers and the parties. Now, these are the ones that you can absolutely invite them to the breakfast with Santas and the bigger events where you don't care how well you know them. But maybe you want to do something a little more intimate. Maybe you want to do drinks in the driveway for the neighbors that are on your block or across the street, right? Maybe you want to do, I don't know, host a favorite things party, right? There's all kinds of different things you can do at a more intimate level, but these are a higher caliber person in your database. You're going to spend a little more money with them. Okay. And then your promotional direct mail. This is where not only are you going to do the sports schedules, but maybe you mail them notepads in the mail, right? Like, believe it or not, that old school stuff that Jim Carroll type teaches still works today, because I don't know about you, but everybody still wants places to write things down in their house. Okay, so depending on what those things are, those 36 touches are huge. If you start building your business on events, can I tell you how many times you get to touch a client with an event? Hey, just wanted to make sure I had your right email or direct mail because we're sending out invitations. Want to make sure you get invited. Hey, save the date. This is coming in the mail. Then it comes in the mail. Then, hey, did you RSVP because the event's next week? Oh, it's so good to see you. Or, oh, sorry we missed you. We'll catch you next time. Then there's the follow-up pictures about how great it was. Wow, I just did an event. I talked to people 6 times. Did it sound like I was being a pain in their, you know what? No, if you're on a party, right? So all of that good stuff, okay? Questions? Guess what your homework's gonna be? You're gonna build that plan. Okay? Never call or text a number on any do not call list. Do not use a dialer to call a cell phone or use or leave artificial voice or pre-recorded messages. Callers who violate the National Do Not Call Registry and the Telephone Consumer Protection Act face potentially catastrophic, did you catch that word? Catastrophic legal consequences. You guys all know what the do not call lists are? Okay. You guys all know not to call somebody without permission, right? Check. Did, okay. Oh yeah, this is more math. I love it. Okay, so I do. You guys hate this one though. The economic model taught us how many appointments we need. Okay, and I'm gonna pause really quick and I gotta put this up on Mox, even though I make sure I hit this. In the economic model, you guys all learned how many appointments per month you need to hit your double it goal, right? Yes? Yeah. Everybody clear, how many appointments you need per month to hit your goal? Yes, okay. And by the way, you can build your business on whichever one you want to. I challenge you to go for double it, but if it scares you too much, then that means it's big enough. Because if your goal doesn't scare you, it's not big enough. Okay? If you need a number that says, great, Margaret, tell me how many appointments, but that doesn't tell me what I need to do to get the appointments. I'm gonna break it down to how many conversations you need to have a week. Does that sound fair? It's easy. Take the number of appointments per month times 100. So if you needed 3 appointments a month to hit your goal, times 100, that's 300 conversations. Conversations are two-way. Now, back in the days when I started, two-way meant it was very much face-to-face, voice-to-voice, belly-to-belly. We do now recognize text messaging, two-way conversations on email, direct mail through the social platforms and that. So we do recognize those, but don't rely on it 100%. There is so much value in hearing someone's voice. I know for some of you, you grew up texting. And talking to someone scares the garbage out of you. Okay? It's okay, they won't bite. Okay? Just find a different way. Maybe your first phone call isn't to them. But Taylor's been making huge progress in reaching out to people through social media, inviting them to coffee, and then getting face to face. So just figure out how eventually you can get to hear the tonality in their voices. Fair enough? So that's just the general number. Now, for those of you that know how many steps it takes every day to lose 50 pounds, your numbers might be less. If I'm running a business like Dale's, where I am calling heavy people who have no idea who I am, he probably needs more than 100. Do you know? Yeah. Sure.
They can get on the call and get 3 appointments in 1 week.
Great.
They
Great. But by tracking your numbers, you get the averages.
I've got listings that are all up, but they're 2 month old stuff.
Yep.
From prior and it's just getting with those little things here and there. And I think we're gonna get one here.
All right, so his numbers per contact per appointment is probably higher. If I'm over here and everything is referral based, right? 90% referral, would you say? Probably same back here, right? I have a high referral based business. I don't need as many contacts. I still need to stay in touch with my people to magnify that, right? So just understand, again, if you're not tracking your numbers, your only numbers to use is 100, which has been proven by maps. If you know where your numbers are, you can use your own numbers to figure that out. For those of you that take them bold, how many conversations a day do we have? Remember? So it's 100 conversations a week, it's 20 a day. Bold is 20 a day. And bold claims that you'll have an appointment a week. The numbers continue to line up, right? For some of you, if I told you to have 20 conversations tomorrow, you'd all run out the door screaming. Right? And some of you are like, I don't know, big deal. I'll just go hang out at Walmart and talk to everybody. It works. There are people that hang out at Home Depot. True. Okay. So here's what we know about your database. And this is why this is so important. We know that the number of people in your database that you consistently communicate with over a 12-month period, 6% of that database will transact business. So let's just have a little fun. Somebody pull up your phone and tell me how many contacts you have. I'm just gonna pick one.
300.
Whoa, which one do we want to use? 400. 640. All right, I like that number. Okay, so I have 640 people in my phone. Woo! 640 people are in my phone. So what's 6% of 640? Huh? Where's my Anita?
Yeah.
What's 6% of 640? 37?
38.
38? Wow, I got pretty close. 38. There's 38 people in Amanda's phone who are gonna buy or sell real estate next year, in the next 12 months. Of those 38, she's gonna get to the table on half of them. I can do that math in my head. That's 19. Amanda,
Yes, ma'am.
how many units do you, since you're a team, give me your before double it, how many transactions did you need after you fixed it?
We fixed it was 29 and 57 was a double it.
So 29 transactions, so you'd be responsible for half of it on your team, so 15? Huh? What if I told you had 19 in your phone?
That would be fantastic. That would get me a lot closer to 57.
Right, but my point is, your half of the team goal is already in your phone. If you guys take your phone. That's not talking about your Facebook, that's not talking about all the other things you've added in command, but if you take your phone and say 6% and half, what do you got? Is it there? That's scary. So my question is, if they're in the phone, you're probably struggling getting those 36 touches in because you don't have the email. So you have to get them into a system or tool that's gonna help you leverage this stuff, right? Command is a huge leverage tool, which is the third side of the triangle, right? You create a smart plan and you implement that campaign in command, you never touch it again. True story, as long as Charles can't hear me. I have a plan that's going in a system that we used back in 2015, and emails are still going out once a month from it. And people respond to them. I didn't even remember it was going. Okay, that's what you want. People reading stuff that you didn't even create. Right? Simplify it. Okay. So then you layer on top of that, of these 640 people that are in your phone or your database, 4% of them will have the ability to give you a referral for the year. So 640 times, what did I say? 4%? So that's how many? I'm going to say it's 25-ish. Okay. So I got 25 potential referrals, of which I'll get to the table on half of them. That's 13 more referrals. So now Amanda's phone not only has enough business in it to cover her half, it's got enough to cover Nikki's too. And Nikki can just go on vacation. Right? My point is, use the people that you already have. Make sense? All right. Super duper duper. I need to keep this map because am I supposed to do this? Lead generation best practices. I think these are really important. Predictable efforts leads to predictable outcomes. Predictable effort leads to predictable outcomes. If you take off Halloween to fit roses, how's your business going to be the first quarter? Pretty bad. Kind of predictable, right? But if you're doing and working your plan, what's your first quarter going to be like? True story. We did a thing end of August, 1st of September. I don't remember when it was for sure. We did this thing called Summer Sizzle. Some of you guys participated, and I participated. And I'll be honest, with my schedule, I don't get to spend a whole day reaching out to people. It was kind of fun that day. We got 5 closings next month. Wonder if there's a tie to that. Absolutely, right? So the business is predictable if you're predictable in what you do, right? 10,000 steps will lose you 50 times. Day after day after day after day. 100 contacts, 300 contacts a month will get you 3 appointments, which will get you to whatever your goal is. It's predictable. Now, the thing that we have to figure out is how to do it, right? We need to lead generate every day. Yeah. Gary would tell you you should do it 3 hours a day. I think it depends on your type of business. And here's what I'm going to tell you. My favorite quote, I have several, but this one is my favorite: progress over perfection. If you're lead generating 0 today, make it your target that by the end of the first quarter, you're doing an hour a day. Because if you try and jump from 0 to 3 hours a day, 15 hours a week, are you going to do it? No, you're not. That's like saying, I'm going to go do 75 carb. I'm going to drink a gallon of water. I'm going to work out twice a day. I'm going to eat super healthy. I'm not going to drink any alcohol, and I'm going to read a book. And I do none of those things now. Do you think I'm going to be successful? Say no, I won't. No. Right? It's the same thing in your business, right? So start small. Take that first step. In the second quarter, take the second step. It's fair, okay? But do it. I'm more about the consistency every day versus the number, okay? Well, the trick to it is preparing, go into action, and then do your follow-ups. Oh my God, Charles told me to turn the air conditioner on. The lead generation tracks, not using both prospecting and marketing. Right, you gotta do both. Relying exclusively on referrals, that's not gonna cut it. Undervaluing the benefits of the touch campaigns. I hear so many people go, nobody reads email these days. Yes, they do. And you know what? I'm sure I can't be the only person in the world that does that. I wake up in the morning because the dog's gotta go out at 5:30, and I'm not ready to get up at 5:30, but the dog is. So we come back in and now I can't go back to sleep. So what do? I grab my phone and I pick up my phone because mine's not in the room. And I go to my email and I go select, delete, 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 boom, they're gone. But what was the one thing I saw as I was deleting? The name of the sender. So even if they delete my email, what did they see before they hit the delete button? Your name. My name. It doesn't matter if they read it. They just need to know that I'm reaching out. Okay? Stop making it hard. I kind of like a mom. For those, how many of you have had children in their teen years? How about ones with driver's license? Is there anything that they can claim they haven't done that we've done? Oh, no, there's no way I put 200 miles on the car last night. Oh, yes, you did. Right? And those of you who don't have teenagers, you did it to your parents, but they knew. Okay? I hear you. I'm just like that. I've been there. I'm still there on a lot of things. I will always be honest about that. Okay, avoiding the quarterly calls to each person in your database. Okay, I heard some, yep, that's me. Not entering all leads into a database. No, I didn't really click with that guy at the open house. I wouldn't put him in. Right? There's no way he's really got the ability to buy a $2 million house. I'm not gonna bother. As he walks in with cash to the next guy.
And then you have a client that wins a $3 million on a lottery scratch off ticket. You never know who that person's gonna be.
Exactly. Maintaining multiple separate databases. In a perfect world, everyone in your phone would be in command, everybody in your Facebook would be in command. That's totally real, but you want to get them in as many down to one as you can. And not taking advantage of the Facebook ad capabilities of command. That is another good one. So I want you to go to page, what's your page? 21. So I want you to, first of all, okay, we're gonna get back into this. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is we need to figure out how many contacts you need to have in your database to achieve your goals. Okay, I love this section. I call it recording grace. Okay, so we have a goal of how many units? So give me an example, somebody. How many? 17 units. Okay. So if I want to have 17 worth of people in my database, right? I know that if we go back to this, it was the number of contacts at 6%. At 50% gave me this, right? That was the equation, right? 640 contacts, 6% will transact, so that's. What did I do?
It's just probably.
Okay. 640 contacts, 38 of them are going to transact business, and I get to sit at the table at half, right? So we're going to reverse engineer this formula. Okay, so take your number of units, and I dare you all to do it on your double it roll. Right? Do it and double it.
This is how many contacts we need.
Yeah, the end of this is going to tell us how many contacts we need. So we're going to take 17 and we're going to divide it by 0.5. So somebody give me the number because I don't have a calculator. 34?
Yeah.
Okay. So 34. I need a different pen. So then I'm gonna divide that by 0.06, and what did I get?
567.
Huh? Say it again.
That's probably 34 by what?
By 0.06. Actually about right. I think your number was right.
567.
So now, do this with me really quick, take 567.
It's not going anywhere.
It's so scary though, because it feels like it is. Okay, take 567 times 0.06. Did you get 34?
Yeah.
Times 0.5? Okay, so. It worked, okay, so take what your number is, so how many units do you want to close? Divide that by 0.5. Then divide that by 0.06. So whoever this person is, you need 567 contacts in your command database that you are leveraging a 36 touch campaign to for the next 12 months to hit your goals.
Pretty darn close.
Did everybody get your number?
Yeah.
Okay, now.
All right.
Okay, so what,
Now I like the math.
what's your unit number, Casey? How much?
41.
41, so divided by 0.5 is gonna give you 82. 82 divided by 0.06. So you need 1,367 people in your command database. Hey, Corey Holtman. What happened in the fall of 2021 or 2020, doesn't matter. We were doing this exercise. And you and Greg were sitting probably about where you were in the back of the room. And you came out of that business planning clinic and you said, I learned something today. And I went, yay, what did you learn? And you said,
I have no people in my database.
I don't know how many people in my database.
I don't either.
Okay, so how many of you are in that same boat? Guess what? You're normal. What does that mean you have to do?
Meet more people, make more friends, have more coffee.
Go meet more people. Put yourself in front of opportunities.
You're
Okay.
picking your lead gen, one will be to work with people in your database. And the other's jobs is to put more people in your database.
Right, you gotta feed it. Right. Remember Ron? What was he telling me to do with the pinballs? Ping pong balls, whatever they were. They weren't bowling balls, that's what. Right? I know, and you know what, I could throw a lot of them down the lane and I still don't get 300, right? But ping pong balls, right? What was Ron telling me? Just keep putting more people in our system. Right? So when you're out having coffee with your friends, are you asking them? Hey, you know what? I really would love to help anyone that you know. Are you having those conversations, right? And we talk about it and we teach many different ways to do that. Okay, so if your aha was that you don't have enough, figure out how many you're short, and then how many do you need to add a week? So Casey, if you need 1,367, how many are in your command database, you know? 493. 493. So if I subtract that number, 30 math tells me we need to increase your database by 800 people.
I was just trying to make the 201.
Yeah. 201 is a good start, right? Right? But 201 won't make you the income that you put on that piece of paper, right? It's not about perfection today. I don't want to freeze any of you. I don't want Casey to walk out of here and go, holy garbage, I need 800 more people. I guess I'm just gonna throw up my hands and hide in my closet. Okay? But I want you to use that as a way to say, in order to achieve my goals, my big goals, I need to do this. Right? Start simple. Start with these people. Right? Because Amanda's already got 19. Right? If you take the number that you have and implement, you got some of it already there. Focus on that, because that's where the win is. There's nothing that would make me more excited And I'll even throw Corey into that bus with me, right? There is nothing that would make us more excited than every single person that's with us today calling us up on January 1st and saying, guess what? I got a closing in January. Of course, we would know about it in December, but we want to know that it's happening, right? I will promise you this, if you start tomorrow, doing more than you're doing today by 1%, you will start next year, but with feet on the ground. What was that, did you say?
Truth,
Well, what do you mean by that?
because it's exactly what we did last fall.
Mhm.
Historically, our first quarter, we always joke and say we're a second half of the year kind of team or a fourth quarter kind of team. And we always go, oh, guys, don't have anything at the beginning of the year, and we backtrack that and say, well, why is that? And so we leaned last fall into DTD2 and just had a lot more conversations than we had a May in first quarter. And so we're gonna settle in again for this last quarter into touching our database and having more conversations, because we need to start now to hit our goals for next year.
One of the other quotes I took away from Vail was the way you talk to your database today is the way that they will talk to you in 90 days.
If you're not talking to them,
Then
guess what? They're not talking to you.
Right? And you have so many tools to reach out, right? There are so many reasons in the fourth quarter to reach out to people, right? And that's a whole nother conversation, but I want to be, oh, this is scary. I'm right on time. Last night I said this was gonna happen at 1:30. So what was your ahas from that section?
Yeah, we are closer than we think we are.
Okay. Love that one. Yes, Nicole. I need more people. Okay. This is your Corey and Greg moment, right? Okay. What else? Use your database. Use them and abuse them, right? Let's go this way. Use them and love on them. Right? Love on your people. Anything else?
Events, all the views for everybody that's new, we got a database, every event, we've done events a lot. Every event that we did costed money, but in the end, they paid for it and paid more than.
Yeah.
Because we did business from.
It's absolutely true, right? And what I love about our market center is we provide those opportunities for you at a very low cost. So I will just give you an example. Historically, I've done a very large breakfast with Santa every year. Now, I will tell you, I can tie 2 to 3 pieces of business every year to it, so it more than pays for itself. But I have it catered, it's top of the line, it's $3,000 bill every year. Okay? But I get business from it. But guess what? We have an opportunity for you to do a breakfast with Santa here at the market center. What does it cost? $50? That's it?
But for not for each kind of this for you.
For you. Right? I figure my event cost me $50 a head for the people that showed up. You can pay for the whole thing and invite everybody in your phones to breakfast with Santa. Now, I'm just gonna do one quick thing. For those of you that are still spinning about, I'm not from here. I don't know enough people. All my people are from far away. Identify where your people are, get to know people in those communities, realtors, and then let your people in Iowa or Texas or Chicago or Virginia or wherever y'all are from, and let people back there know you can help them even if you live in Colorado. Okay? Those referrals that you can get by helping your family from a distance, yeah, mailbox money is the best. Right? Yes, Vanessa. You did? Are we going shopping? Through Facebook?
No, it wouldn't have been like they're all communication people. And I got little.
Nice.
100 you didn't have before.
Right? Exactly, right? So, doing that. All right, I love it. Okay, I'm sick of that slide. Oh, I missed that slide. Oh, well. I knew the material, I didn't need the slide. You were all on the right page. You got the important part then. At the bottom of that page 21, there is a place for you to write down your ideas about what to implement into your touch campaigns, I would spend, just think about that, right? Spend some time. The reason I didn't give you guys the 137-page book is one, Elizabeth would have hurt me by burning up that much paper. But also, this way, I hope that you will take this home and it doesn't become a piece of dust collector a year from now. I want it to have ragged ears on it. I want it to have scribbles on it. I want it to be places where you're readjusting. I want you to go back and look at this, right? So when we do the GPS next week, bring these with you. Okay, and even if you're not in coaching, just come to the skills lab on Wednesday. Let me help you get this thing going. Okay, I don't care if you're in coaching or not. I just want you guys all to be successful. I do care if you're in coaching, but if you're not, don't do that. I really do care. I'm just saying if you're not, come on in, all right? So the budget model, this is a big one, right? It supports the economic model. And it is the one that most people cringe. So when I say the word budget, what do you hear? Money, what else?
Don't spend any money.
Don't spend any money. So you hear handcuffs. Is that what you're telling me? You hear restrictions?
No, Kevin said he never eats out.
Okay. Boring. Don't worry, I thought the same thing. I'm not explaining. You never eat out, like you make your wife work all day and then she's a cook. And they have their
Gallery and I'm like.
Anyway, that's a whole other story. Everyone makes choices, right? DoorDash is expensive, but I'm willing to pay it because I don't want to leave the time. Factor, I almost grabbed your meal out of the refrigerator.
I left it for anybody that wants.
Oh, it's expired anyway, but
Well, throw it.
I will, next time I'm up there. Anyway, we all make choices, right? But budgets, a lot of people are exactly like Casey. They feel like they're handcuffs. They feel like they're restrictions. I will tell you, a budget is freedom. If you plan with your budget. Okay, what do you think? Weddings. Yeah, weddings. Okay. We might have somebody planning one, caught her multitasking, but anyway, so are you just? That's probably her big why, but anyway, so Nikki, as you're planning your wedding, which congratulations is next June, so for those of you that didn't know, they're getting married next year, congratulations. So what, you're just hiring whatever photographer and caterer, and when you go to the dress store, it doesn't matter, you just buy whatever dress you want? No?
Did you hire those photographers?
Oh, I hope not.
They're cheap.
So as you started planning your wedding, what was one of the first decisions you guys had to make other than to say yes to each other? Okay, the venue, but what was
the budget?
The budget, right? You have to figure out how much money we're gonna spend in the budget. It's so much money, right? And you isolate it, you figure out, I'm gonna spend this much money, this is what's most important, okay? If myself or Andy was getting married, to us, the photos and the food.
Yep.
Okay, I want amazing photos that'll last me for the rest of my life to look back on. And I want people to talk about the great food and not the fact that we serve pulled pork like everybody else. Okay, so but what's important? Maybe for somebody else it's the venue, maybe for somebody else it's the dress. But you get to decide how much money you're gonna allocate to those things, right? Everybody been through that?
Yeah.
So a budget is freedom, right? It's the freedom to say the most powerful word in the English language, which is no. Right? When you go to family reunion and you're standing in front of this guy who's got this really killer lead follow-up program, it allows you to say no. Even before you call Stacy and say, can I spend some money? Okay? So when we think about finances, there are two components to it. You've got the budget. The budget is a planning tool, right? It's a tool to say, this is where I'm going to spend my money, right? And this is true whether you are talking about your personal finances, whether you're talking about your allowances with your kids when we were all kids. Like I still remember my allowance of 50 cents a week, right? It's a budget in our businesses, it's a budget for big events in our lives, it's budgets for our vacations. Right? Hopefully, we're all operating with budgets, at a minimum, a budget in our business and a budget in our personal life. Okay, and unfortunately, I love the idea of, well, if there's money in the checking account, I'm good. That's not real, and by the way, I really don't do that, I kind of use that as a humor thing, but you gotta know what your budget is, so how are you planning? We should create the budget annually. And it's gonna project our returns and cash flow, right? And it's going to help us sustain getting too far crazy, right? We're at the end of the third quarter. I heard these guys up here talking about, yeah, we're gonna sit down with our accountant in the next month and project out what our expenses and income are gonna be between now and the end of the year. I was like, yes. Right? Are you there? You're brand new. Plan to get there. Start building it now. Even if you don't have income coming in. Okay, James has had his license for a month. Okay, he's still got expenses. I would still create a budget for those very small expenses you have in your company with the monthly office fee and the various expenses that you have in your businesses. Start building it out now and then keep track of it. Because at the end of the day, even if you don't have a closing, you had expenses for a business that didn't make you any money and it's a tax write-off. Right? It's a management tool. At a minimum, you should be looking at your profit and loss statements at the end of every quarter. At a minimum. Why? So you know where you are. Because you're going to set an expense budget. So let's say we set an expense budget today, and we say, okay, we're going to spend $800 a month for land title postcards. Because based on our income, we can spend that $800 a month in a account. But what happens if you get to mid-year and you're not making the income that you project? What do you need to adjust with the land title? You might have to go to every other one on the postcards, right? You don't want to use up your full budget. You don't spend 100% of your expense budget if you're not making 100% of your income budget. Make sense? You do, it's gonna be wonky, it's gonna feel weird, okay? By the way, it happens all the time. So the reason we look at the P&Ls is so that we can make adjustments. We can make course corrections. Okay? It's kind of like the sports teams. I think all of our coaches left, our football coaches. But you know what? There's a reason there's a halftime in a football game, and what is it?
Reset.
Reset. Make some changes in our game plan.
Broncos need to play.
I'm not even talking about that anymore. See you Bucks, let's go.
Yeah.
All right, so, and I'm not even sure that that's my answer. I think I'm just turning off sports this year. I'm waiting for the Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball team. Right, two major things. Invest your resources, don't spend them. Invest them, don't spend them. Then the other one is practice accountability, not accounting. So what does that mean? So there is there's a magazine that a lot of realtors will do. It's called American Lifestyles. You guys heard about it?
Yeah.
Seen it? Did it? Yeah, me too. I did it. Some agents swear by it. For some agents, they've had great success with it. Right? It's expensive, depending on how you put it together. But it's not cheap. It's not something you would send out to 1,367 people in your database. And so I signed up for it. Now there's other agents in the market center that are like, oh my goodness, it's the best thing in the world. We get at least 2 or 3 deals a year because of that magazine, blah, blah, blah. Okay, great, that investment's working for them, right? I threw it into my business. I couldn't get out of the contract fast enough because the only thing I got out of it was one of my clients calling me up and saying, hey, I love that magazine you sent us. We booked a great vacation we would have never thought of because of it. Probably not the best return on my investment, right? So I killed it, right? So you always want to look at, are you getting a return? Another true example. We sat down last week. Elena's not here. She came into the office and got to watch Stacy and I do our business plan last year for last Friday. And we were analyzing what our return was on different expenses that we chose to incur for the last year or two. And one of them was, we were targeting this one particular geographic area, and we were spending a lot of money. I was spending a lot of money on it. You know what we got from it?
Nothing.
We had one person drop off food for our Gade KA. Guess what's no longer in the business plan? I am not quite, it's not what I killed them a long time ago, but it's another situation where it wasn't giving us a return. So when you invest your money, you invest your time. Now, you can't do it once and say, oh, that didn't work. Right? Oh, I went door knocking, Margaret, and I used your script and everything, and it didn't work. Takes more than once. You gotta give it time to work. But when you've given it the right amount of time, the true ratio is for every dollar you invest, you should get $1 back. Now, how are you going to know if you're successful at hitting that metric?
Tracking.
Track, right? Keep track of where you're spending your money through your budgets. Keep track of what your results are, right? For those of you that have been in the business, for those of you that have had a clothing or more, I want you to go back and I want you to look where it came from. Every single business that you've ever done. What was it, Casey?
Sphere and referrals.
Sphere and referrals from the sphere, right?
Yeah.
We need a bigger sphere.
Oh, clearly.
Numbers might change, right? Because if you have, one, because of the demographic you're hitting, you're gonna have a higher number of people that are gonna be selling. Right?
Yeah.
When you're working with the people a whole lot older than Margaret, that's what's gonna happen, right? So, yes, by the way, I meant to send you a probate class today. Okay, so red light, green light is a great tool. So again, you guys remember what these are? So cost of sale is the cost of acquiring revenue. That's your company dollar, your buyer's agents, your outbound referrals. Your gross profit is the revenue after that. Right? So if your gross income is 150, you take off your 21,000, and now I got to do my math, it's 129 gross profit. And then from the gross profit, you have your operating expenses, right? And that's everything else. Your TCs, your coaches, your salaries for your admins, your photographers, your stagers, your marketing, the land title, your office dues, your cell phones, your mileage, etc., etc., etc. Okay. And then net income is the pre-tax amount. That's the amount you're gonna pay taxes. How many of you worked in corporate America? If I ask you how much money you're gonna make, what would you tell me? Whatever your annual salary was, right? Right? If your annual salary was $80,000, you're gonna tell me I get paid $80,000 a year. Because that's what you pay taxes on, right? That's what it shows on your W-2. Think of your net income as the same as that W-2 income. Fair enough? Yeah. Okay. All right. So we talked about this. We're gonna skip. So this is actually in your book. Towards the back. What page is it?
22.
Page 22. So I don't need my cheat sheet to do this. So when we look at cost of sale, you can see that you have a listing specialist in there, a buyer specialist in there, and then your other cost of sale, which is your company dollar and royalty splits. Okay. For everybody in this room, you don't have the first two. So we're not even going to talk about this section. Fair? All right. But let's dive into the other ones. So your compensation now. The smaller you are, so as an individual agent who's just getting started, your compensation is probably going to be very low. However, that's why you put your coach's fee in here. Okay, so your coaching fees go in under compensation. So your compensation to people, whether it's admin, coaches, transaction coordinators that you pay on a transaction basis, your photographers, anybody that you pay money to do a service for you, your window cleaners, your housekeepers, right? Whatever you're paying for outside your business, right? Some of you have a deal with your clients where they'll pay for 2 or 3 hours of a handyman service. When you pay that handyman, that goes under compensation.
What about admin?
Admin is absolutely in there. Okay, that should equate to around 14.4% of your total GCI. So for those of you that are looking like the $1 million, right? What's 14.4% of $1 million? just say it, a lot of money. Over $140,000. Right? But they're worth every dime. Right? Now, those are, today, that I would argue is a benchmark, and that's where you gotta really look at what those admins are doing, because if your admin is doing a lot of marketing stuff for you, you could possibly move part of that lead gen budget up to counter an overage in your compensation. Okay? Lead gen, 9%, that used to be 10%, I still say 10%. 9% of your gross commission income should go to your lead gen expenses. You guys, on $1 million, that's $100,000 in marketing. Okay, so now let's make it real. 125,000 at 10% is 12,500, right? Yeah, 125, 10%, yeah, so it's a little over 1,000, a little more palatable, right? More real for you guys. Here's the area that people, this is where everybody makes the #1 mistakes. They're not investing back in their business. Right?
Spend money to make that.
Yes, to a degree, right? This is where we say, make money first and then reinvest it. Right? I don't want y'all going out hiring a bunch of admins and ISAs, and did you heard somebody on some call someday say, oh, without an ISA, I couldn't do whatever. Don't buy an ISA if you can't afford it. An ISA. Inside sales, don't hire an admin if you don't have any money coming in.
I would forego getting paid myself to keep my outfit.
And you're in a different place.
Yeah.
Right? But yeah, right, you've got to, I have to feel the same way, right? Okay. Those are your big expenses. Your other expenses are gonna be your occupancy, your education and coaching, supplies and office expenses, your cell phones, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, someone asked about HomeBot. HomeBot, I would put under lead generation. If you're paying for Zoom, I would put that under communication and tech. Anything else that people want to ask where you would put it? Canva, I throw that under lead gen because I'm usually creating marketing materials under Canva. My business cards, when I order them, those would go under lead gen. Closing gifts go under lead gen. Right now, education, where is it? Education and coaching is 2.5%. I'm only going to put my coaching fee in there if I'm in a program similar to MAPS, where I'm paying a flat fee every month. Where it's transaction based, throw it up in compensation. But if you're in MAPS Mastery where you're paying $1,000 a month, I would put that under the education and coaching instead. But this is your budget to go to events, you guys. This is your, first of all, you got to get your CE credits, right? So you better all be at the annual mission update in January. It's gonna cost you $40, right? You're gonna want to go to family reunion or maybe mega camp or the regional summit or some of the regional classes that we have here that cost a little bit of money. Right? Some people last week went to the business planning clinic with James Shaw. It's $129. That's where that goes. The other thing that goes in education are your dues. Right? Your DMAR dues, your RE Colorado dues, your, what other dues do we have? Your DORA dues when you have to renew, right? All those things go in there. Education. Yeah.
So you don't have a separate one for dues and.
Yeah. So
CTME.
that would be training. No, CTME would be tech. So here's what I'm going to tell you, right? So if you go to Keller Inc. So if you go to Keller Inc., you can actually get the chart of accounts through the MREA. So you go to Keller Inc., you go to resources, then there's one under there under millionaire real estate agent, and it actually gives you the chart of accounts and it will give you examples of what goes into them. Okay, now I will tell you this, my accountant and I argue every year about a couple of different categories. I don't really care as long as she takes it into expenses, right? But it at least gives you a guideline of where to go. Fair enough? Okay.
That's what we're gonna take all those categories and try to streamline them with this so that we're all talking the same.
And here's the beauty, you can upload that. There's things out there called QuickBooks. I don't know which is it. QuickBooks. Quicken is the what is it? Okay, that stuff. I do it the old fashioned way. I learned in corporate world, we run our budgets off Excel, so I still do mine in Excel, but, there are tools out there that will help you do these things. Right? Utilize them, right? I will tell you, you can't hire an accountant too early. Even if it's someone that only helps you once a year with your taxes, get someone else involved in your system that understands real estate. Okay, you don't want the accountant who only helps people with W-2 income and a farmer. Right? You want someone who works with realtors, it's a commission-based business because it's different, because we do have, unfortunately, roller coasters. Right? They need to help you understand that. They're gonna help you explain, should I be an LLC or an S corp? Should I put myself on a salary or should I not, right? Kevin is actually going to teach a class in the Market Center in November about tax strategies for realtors. Kevin is a CPA who does taxes. He is very knowledgeable. He will come and teach you some things. I encourage you to take that class. It's one of those classes, kind of like this one. You gotta go how many times to get it? 4 or 5 times to get it. Okay, so it's one of those things you can't hear too often. So when you see that pop up on the calendar, make sure you set aside some time to come to that class. Okay. Anyway, here's kind of some benchmarks. And these, you'll remember that we started everything with the MREA and the $1 million. And we said that, you know, company cost of goods was 30% and expenses were 30%. You can see that on the far right-hand side of this particular graph. However, it also shows the person who wants to net $73,000. Right? This is probably very similar to a couple of you that I was helping with your numbers, right? Is this similar to what you came up with that you'd have a 49% profit? Right? Here's one at 340, right? And I would argue at 340 GCI and net 129, I don't think their cost of sales will be 26% unless they're doing some outbound referral fees. But you can see how these all roll, right? So your cost of goods and your operating expenses are going to be different. But if you come to me at the end of the year and say, Margaret, you're never going to believe this. Our expenses last year was only 7%, I'm going to snap you. And again, it was another aha moment for a team that was sitting in this room, and they came to me afterwards and said, we're not spending enough money, we're hoarding it all. Right? And the reason why they were hoarding it was good. We had just gone through COVID. We were just at the tail end of we were at the beginning of the coming out of COVID. If you guys will remember when COVID hit, like businesses, like those of us that were in this business, we were teaching you cut every expense we don't need. Cut, right? I mean, we were cutting, I think we refused to cut Netflix because we were all stuck at home. But it was like you were cutting everything that you possibly could out of your businesses. Right decision for the moment, but it couldn't maintain as a long-term strategy. Okay, so this particular team came to me and they said, oh my God, we just realized that we need to start investing back in our business if we want to grow. So we got very strategic on how are we going to spend money, where are we going to spend money, and how are we going to do it. Okay, so wherever you are in your business, whether it's you yourself, then use your coach. If it's there's some of you that are teams, sit down as a team and have a very good conversation about where are we going to invest our money. Okay, if I'm a new agent, so Nikki, I have a question for you. I'm tired of talking. You have a little kind of staging thing on the side.
I do.
Okay, and when you started that staging, so tell me right now, how many warehouses of stuff do you have?
So we now have 2.
Okay, so we have 2 warehouses full of stuff. So let me guess, you ran out and just spent $100,000 on stuff.
Yeah, I set aside, I think I started my second closing and said, I want to stage every house that I do. So I took $350 from every closing to start buying some things.
Okay, awesome. Out of a closing, I took some money. Okay, not in here. Okay. We did open houses. When I started, Stacy and I, even though we weren't business partners, we liked doing open houses together and we were very good at them, still are. And I got really tired of advertising Robin Phipps's name all over our back. I was out there the one hustling, I was the one out there putting my signs in the yard, and I love Robin Phipps. No, true story, right? On the same token, the office had some generic signs, and I got really sick of using those too. One, it was a hassle to come borrow people's signs, right? It's a hassle to get them back, right? And I wanted my name out there. So every closing, like you, first $300, well, I knew I had a listing coming, so I went and bought a panel in yard art. Right? And then out of that closing, I spent $500 on open house sites. And I just bought the stick in the ground ones. And then the next closing, I spent another $500 and I got the heavy duty, not the plastic ones that I loaned to you guys, but the heavy duty metal ones. Ones that don't blow over in the wind right away. We spent another $500 on those. So now I had my own open house signs with my own branding. I had a yard arm with my own branding, with my own panel, right? But I didn't go out and spend it before I had money to do it. Right? So Taylor did that. I knew I was looking for somebody, right? What did you do out of your second closing?
Bought open house signs, just 15s, like I'm so short on a lot of properties. But you have to start somewhere, so I bought 15 open house signs, just the ones that go on the ground. And now they just stay in the back of my car, which is awesome, because I don't have to, and you also don't have to worry about losing other people's open house signs, which is also awesome. And I bought 2 panels for sale signs.
And then your next closing will have yard arms. Or you'll hire a service to do it, right? Huh?
My next goal is a yard arm.
There you go, right? So, you know, and this is also in your packet, by the way. Yep. Yes, sir. No, go the other way. No. There we go, page 12 has these on it. Okay, so don't think you have to go spend it all, but do start investing, right? It's kind of fun when you have somebody coming in to an open house and they see your signs all over and they go, okay, which one of you is Margaret? It's really funny when that happened, and it was, who was the guy you did a lot of open houses with? Nick and,
Cannon?
yeah, Nick and Cannon borrowed my signs one day, and somebody walks in and goes, where's Margaret? And they go, she's not here. Right? But that's the reality of it, right? That's why you want your own, so people see you. We've had many people that they'll see our signs, and they're usually our friends that come popping into our open house, but it works. Right, here's your operating expenses by category. It just kind of breaks this down. I think this is in your outline too, and we don't really care today. Here's what a P&L looks like. So a P&L shows your income at the top. Break down your income between your listings and your buyers. So like for mine, I have mine broken down between listings, buyers, referral income. So like when I send referrals out, right? So somebody in Iowa wants to buy a house, and send them to Ray or Curtis. Curtis sends me that mailbox money, right? That referral income goes in there. Then I have coaching income. I also put my profit share income up there. Part of it, Kevin would tell me it should be below the line. I don't care, it's still income in my business, so I put it up there. So you can change those depending on what you need, right? Then you got your cost of sale. Your cost of sale is what? The company dollar, your royalty, and any outbound referral fees you're paying. Okay, when somebody brings you a referral. And then your expenses, you can break them down. This is what a P&L looks like, right? If you have hired an accountant, they should be giving this to you at a monthly basis. Okay. So your plan would be, oh my God, I did it. Even with the chili cook-off. Okay, this last exercise is in your book. What you will do is you're going to take your GCI from one or both of your plans. I don't care what I would do is I would take my first one and put it here. And then I put my double it under my budget plan. But I want you to take 14.4% of the GCI on your plan and put it there. Build your budget. Okay, build your budget, huh?
Multiply, right?
Yes, multiply. So if your GCI was $1 million, your 14.4% is gonna be, I don't know. Yeah, thank you. Okay. So build your budgets, that's really a pretty quick exercise to do. So, ahas. What were your ahas today, from the, any of it, the budget or the whole thing in general? What was it over here?
The whole thing.
The whole thing? Okay, give me something specific.
My biggest question was how to get from point A to point B, like, you know, so this is my goal, I know what I want to make. What do I have to do to do it, you know, actually, we were having that conversation last night, it's like. We kind of already said this is kind of how much we want to make, but how
I can get there.
how do we get there?
Uh-huh.
And so when you went into the contacts, the touches, and then we were, we break that down a little bit about home improvement, so.
Here we go. You need an Excel spreadsheet, there's one of your gals.
How to fight, eat the elephant, it's one bite at a time.
Well, and it's to focus on something you can count today, right? I need to have X number of contacts today. Right? And depending on what your business is, it's going to be different. I will tell you, there are some of you in this room that it's 5 conversations a day. You could do a week's worth in 2 open houses. Right? So.
One right while we were sitting here.
Yeah, you just never know. Anything else? Okay, so your next steps are this. I want you to spend some time in this. Go back, rework the numbers. If the numbers don't make sense, you can do one of 2 things. But you can do one of 3 things. One, throw it in the corner and ignore it and not try and figure it out. That's the groundhog. Or you can come back and see me Saturday morning. I'll do the first section this Saturday, so if that was the section you felt like you missed something on, come back. I don't know if there'll be as much food as there was today, but it's only for 2 hours, okay? Or work with your coaches, okay? Bring this to your next coaching session. If you don't have a coaching session scheduled with us, please get on your coach's schedule. Bring this to us, let us help you. And next Wednesday, 12:30 to 2:30, we are going to then do the GPS. The GPS in business is just like the GPS in the car. We're going to tell you how to get where you want to go. What I hope you're walking away from today is how many conversations you have. And then I hope that you walk away going, I can make a lot of money in this, and it's actually going to be a whole lot easier than I thought it was. Right? Here's the thing. Real estate is simple. It's not easy. Right? You gotta work. You gotta show up. You gotta get out of bed. Participate in November. I think we're doing that again. I'm assuming that we're doing that again. Okay, so I want one last thing. If you found this class to be completely worthless and no value, leave the room now. If you found this to be valuable, if you could please go out to KW and put in a review of the class. Type in kwu.eval.com, select the course Business Planning Clinic. It's in the Market Center. My name is not yet in the instructor list, so you're gonna have to go down to the very bottom, say number 1 instructor not there, and it'll ask you to add my name. So if you could do that and put your feedback in, that would be greatly appreciated. I'm done.
She did.
Oh, no, I got a one-on-one that started 5 minutes.
And show your coaching. Margaret, yeah. If you wanna be successful, go in coaching. Yes. Then we monitor that call and they can't read the things.
Yeah.
Next to the, I'm like,
Anybody got the for chili?
Are we gonna find out who won? I haven't either.
No. Everyone's one red and one green.
No.
Well, that's yeah.
When I really dated, I was like.
She did something.
Oh my God.
Yeah. It's not enough driving one child to the freedom. I don't need more. Yeah. No, we're gonna get mine, so we're gonna plug your account. Yes. Really, I just want the writer. You're not even- yeah, it's fine. And like, do like 3 hour and.